Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello, guys. It's your favourite farmer. Your favourite iRacing farmer. Back in the rig. Mr. Ball Laundryman. Barbor Laundryman. I don't even know what that is. I don't know what that is. What am I doing? What am I wearing? Did I even buy it, or was it a gift? All I know is I'm the Ball Laundryman. Ball Laundryman. Would you like a laundry doing, sir? We have all the laundry. The laundry is coming for you. Give me the laundry. Take me to the laundry. I've been laundered. Right. I'm going to launder myself in iRacing. Where's my goggles? Oh no, I'm not getting up. I'm not getting up for my goggles. I'll put my fish. Let's put the fish behind us. Oh no. Fresh fish this. Caught it this morning. Hello, JarQ. My chat's not working. Well, I can see YouTube chat, but I can't see it on my chat app. I'll have to reconnect it. Information. What's this information about? No. Where's the techno? We're working on it. Let's fix this chat app. Why is it not working? What's it say? Let's just reopen, close and reopen it. Are you sure you want to close? Yes. I'm going to reopen it. Give it a minute. Please hold. Please, sir. How can she slap, sir? Please. Hello, Hell Knight. Hello. I've been watching. I've been watching some stuff on New Zealand politics. I've been trying to get in there with New Zealand, trying to understand it a little bit. All the Maori disputes that's going on, and it's obviously the British's fault as usual. I mean, I'm fed up of getting the blame for everything, to be honest. Oh, it's always my fault. Every time I look into these things, it's always my fault, and I think it's just unfair. Right, someone type something. See if this chat room works. Maybe I can only have one app connected at a time. Maybe that's what's going on. Yeah. Oh no, that works. Someone type something on Twitch. Just get a different nationality. I don't recognise myself as British. I'm human. Human. That's what I'll go for. There we go, it's working. Perfect. We just had to reload the program. I do think it's interesting though, right? Here we go, I'm going to get cancelled. It is interesting. So, where do you draw the line on stuff? Like, Brits invade New Zealand. There's indigenous people. There's an agreement of some kind, probably British people lying, And the indigenous people are like, well, just leave us alone. Stupid wonky tooth Brits. But okay, that happens. Country's invaded, but the invaders don't kill all the indigenous people for a change. But then you have like 200-300 years that go on, and then you're like, and the whole geopolitics has changed, and it's like, well, actually, the descendants of the people that invaded are now protecting the country potentially from other invaders that would just kill them. So then you're like, well, hang on, who has the actual sovereignty over the like, who, like, do you know what I mean? It gets very confusing, and then you also have the whole thing of it's like, well, the descendants of the descendants of the descendants. So who did what agreement, and how does it apply to people? Why does an agreement done by someone 200 years ago, why is that still relevant to someone 200 years later when everyone's dead that did the agreement, you know? So then you sort of just get into like weird sort of areas of diplomacy. It all actually seems incredibly arbitrary. And basically, all it comes down to is whoever happens to decide whoever's got the biggest weapons. That's basically it. And then they decide what happens. That's my conclusion. No battle. I think we got the no battle clip somewhere. How's it going, Steve? Steve Worrell. The pause. But a pause. What did the Romans do for us? What did the Romans do? I've got all the... Hang on, we've got all the clips here. Let's go through our clip folder. Our farming, voice chat farm folder. You think it's important to keep talking about what happened, but the compensation stuff's difficult? Well, exactly. I should be compensated for how much time I spent on iRacing. I think that's what you're talking about. Right, we've got no battle. New. No. Maybe it's on my desktop. I need to reformat this computer. I'm putting it off. Did we even save no battle? Got no move. What's this? No, but you. Mind the gap. Inside, outside. Jesus Christ, this computer needs reformatting. It's so bad. No battle wave. No battle dot wave. I felt like Edward Snowden there. Right.
No battle. No battle. No battle. No battle!
No battle!
Your monitor is backwards or what?
No battle!
No battle! No battle!
No battle. No battle. What a classic. Hello, Cat Debate. I got coffee here. Cheers, everyone. This is my Game of Muscle merch mug and the logo's peeling off it. So I wouldn't recommend buying my merch. Maybe I've dishwashed it too many times. Maybe I went too far with the dishwasher. That's how good quality our merch is. It's like falling apart. I mean, the mug still works. The logo's peeled off. Mind you, this is not YouTube merch. This is Streamlabs merch. So yeah, so don't put me in the dishwasher too much. That's how many cups of tea I have. Breaks everything. Says Sean Cole under the sticker. But a revolution! No, it's from Twitch, from Streamlabs. There we go, we're going racing. Oh my god, what is going on here? My computer's broken. Oh, hello. Rob Pearson. Rob Pearson Racing, thank you for subscribing for 15 months. Really appreciate that. No battle. Oh, I've got a well annoying headache today. Thought I'd tell you guys. I feel like I got a concussion. It's like this yesterday as well. I think I have like some weird type of migraine. Genuinely feels like I've got a concussion. You appreciate the misery, that's great. That's good. I drink a lot of water. Oh. Look at this, LMP2. Oh, so the changes to this car are actually happening in this year. The Season 1 2015 update is actually happening in December. So, it'll be interesting. Oh no! Sorry. Sorry that you got the man flu. That sucks. Man glue. The battle. I wonder how much it costs to do a test drive in an LMP2 car. You just like say, I'd like to just do 5 laps. I bet it's like, I bet that costs like £5 grand. It'd be fun to do though. LMP2's higher top speed than F3 car, isn't it? But it's slower cornering. So I get you could do actually you could do an F3 car drive. Cheaper. Probably. I'd quite like to drive a fast car once. Oh, excuse me, Steve. I like how they look. This is where you and me differ. I have taste. There's something wrong with you. Like I'm telling you, like, because you go to an art gallery and you'll be like, "Oh, this is great," and I'll be like, "This is the most pretentious shit I've ever seen." Something wrong with you. I don't know what it is. Were you born in the summer or something? If you're born in the warmth, you were birthed into the warmth of the sun, and I was born in the winter. I was like, it's cold. I wish I was dead. And you were like, oh, it's so nice on this earth. I like all art. I don't like the pretentiousness surrounding it. I don't like the description panels. So, potato. I like art in general. I just don't like inequitably promoted art. It's the authoritarian regime of art promotion. That's what I don't like. Oh Jesus! Last time I went to the Tate Modern, they had some like video stuff. But they had like a hospital bed, and it had a mosquito net surrounding it. But the mosquito net was made out of gold, so it was like an African poverty mosquito bed. But then the mosquito net was made out of gold. Oh wow! And I thought to myself, Jesus Christ! I don't think the artist was trying to elicit the emotion in me that they had, and the emotion was one of the emotion was one of, this is the most pretentious, trite, generic bollocks, the lowest effort. It's like I don't think that's what they were going for, to be honest. I like non-pretentious art, though. You know, everyone should do art. Everyone should paint and arrange things and have fun, make trinkets, and yeah. I think, yeah, I'm anti the art industry. I'm anti art curation. That's what it is. There's a house brick sat on a pedestal. Wow. Maybe it was a really nice brick. I think racing simulators should be in the in art galleries because they represent the pinnacle of modernist art, like a three-dimensional recreation of reality with forces and everything. Surely that doesn't that deserve being in a museum? But they're not, are they? So I need to get this voice chat thing going through the correct channel. Let's see if we can fix this. I need to get my frame rate to my monitor synced up, or maybe iRacing is the wrong frame rate. Here we go. Right, the routing here. Right, routing. So, what's this set to? System. What's this set to? Voice chat. What is it? What's voice chat in? Oh, here we go. Channel 3. Line in. We might have to use channel 4, which is a system. No, hang on. We can leave this. If we set this here, and then we can use chat. There we go. Right. Oh no! Shit, did I click something? I've got 40 seconds. Right, now all the chaos, yeah. Options, audio, sound, voice chat, playback. Chat, there you go. Should work. Okay. We're good. Fix that up here, so let's go.
One to go. Next time by. Line up on the left side. Pit road is closed right now.
Auto fuel. We need to tick auto fuel when we pit.
Okay,
Let's go. Hello? Why is that minus 15? Hello? Hello? No one's got any mics. Mic check for other people.
Hi there.
Perfect, thank you.
Jetstar 22, car.
There we go, we're working.
Jetstar 33, car. Jetstar 14.
Saturday
car.
mornings,
Jetstar
yeah.
28,
But
car.
you're a parent. So, oh, there's like 3 people in LMP2s. Oh, they've messed this up by having hypercars. Oh, well. Everyone's driving hypercars now. Maybe I need to learn how to hypercar. This is a disaster. There's 4 LMP2 cars, so it's actually this is pointless. Oh well, it's a warm-up. They've completely killed it. Like there's just not. You need at least like 10 cars for a race. iRacing. Oh well. It is what it is, guys. Why do sim devs struggle so hard at like fundamental game design? It's a really weird one to me. Like, because sims are complicated. There's a lot of stuff they have to get right just for it to work at a basic level. I mean, obviously, what's complex is subjective, and different people are good at different things. But it's really, really weird how consistently terrible at game design sim developers are. All of them. It's not just... No, it's like every single one of them.
Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left.
Maybe games design is hard. I don't know. Then you've got like Valve. They kind of do game design in a very sort of methodical, data-driven way, which I think is a perfectly valid way of doing it. And you think, well, that's how sim devs would do it, like how an engineer would approach game design. Morning, James. Watching Ben Elton. I'm alright. What I found when I used to do more game design stuff, weirdly, is you would get... So you get creatives that want to do games design who are absolutely terrible at games design. That's the sort of person that grew up playing Final Fantasy, or they just their game design is, oh, I really like dragons, or I really like MMORPG. They're just basically whatever's the most complicated thing possible. So they have no technical brain for what makes sense to do because it's easier or quicker or cost effective or just artistically. Like from a game design perspective, an interesting approach. So, like for example, Pac-Man, the way the ghosts operate, 4 different ghost types, but the emergent gameplay from that is really, really interesting from 4 super simple rules. And I think that, to me, that's amazing game design. And so there's a whole category of game designers that don't appreciate that at all. Or get it, they just want to create the next Final Fantasy, and they get jobs in the industry. Because from a technical perspective, people are like, oh wow, they're so creative. It's like, no, they're just idiots. And then you have, on the other side of it, you have the programmer designer who is looking at stuff from an absolutely sort of raw technical perspective or entirely utilitarian perspective. So it's really hard for that middle ground, a mixture of airy-fairy arty bollocks combined with technical utilitarian and sort of that like mathematical balance component. Seems the same thing happens with writers though as well, actually. Like if you look at stories in video games and writing, it's terrible, and they hire like full-on authors, and yet the stories that you find in video games are like either complete convoluted bollocks or absolute full-on just childish tropery. So it's weird. I have tried Le Mans Ultimate. Yeah, it's all right. I'm not a big fan of its force feedback because it doesn't have much detail for the limit of the tyres. But it's easy to drive. Netcode's all right. Tracks are a bit boring that it's got in it. So it's got some good tracks, but a bit limited on content. I struggle to get good performance out of it relative to how it looks as well. And also it feels super dated to me because I've been playing R-Factor 2 since 2012, and though the tyre model's clearly more realistic than iRacing's, and it's advanced in many ways, and the end drive's quite good in many ways, and LMU, they've made it less floating and the tyres are more peaky. I just find it boring to drive, to be honest. You can play iRacing with a controller. Yeah, you can play it with a mouse. iRacing have actually done quite a good job on accessibility options. Yeah, Counter-Strike's got an amazing story. It's the tale of like some people that want to put something in a location over and over again. Well, good story. I've been loving Counter-Strike recently. New train's well good. I've got amazing at it as well. Got my new mouse. I'm old, but we're still clicking on heads. Thanks for liking. Oh, autofill's ticked itself, that's good. Hello, Mr. Pritchard Gaming. What's the XJ13? I don't know what that is. Hello. So I tell you, right. So it upsets people with R-Factor 2 and LMU because a lot of people don't fundamentally understand force feedback. I think to the same degree. So the force feedback in LMU and R-Factor 2 makes it easy to like catch the rear of the car, and you can feel the road and stuff. All that's great, but it doesn't describe exactly where the grip at the limit is. So if you're an experienced sim racer, you're not using the force feedback to really drive the car. You're using visuals and repetition, which is how you have to drive iRacing. It's how you have to drive ACC. It's the key component of AC1 and maybe even Race Room and AMS1 in some ways. the force feedback in those games specifically lines up to where the tyres are in slip at all times. So you don't need to drive from rote memorization and repetition to know at any point in time where you are in the grip, right? The problem is, most sim racers don't know about that aspect. Most sim racers are like, oh, I can feel the road. Oh, the force feedback's dropping off when I go over the limit. Oh, the back of the car's corrects itself. Oh, it's getting heavier when I go faster. So, most sim racers don't have their wheels set up to actually get as much detail out of the sims as possible. And then also you have the thing that if a sim dev decides to make the tyres super peaky, which is what, it's not necessarily incorrect, but I don't think it's the whole picture. If they make the tyres really, really peaky in terms of the grip falls off very quick, it then gives the force feedback wheel a lot less to convey back to the player. So you then lose any potential for range of force feedback to drive from when developers make, like GT7 did this, ACC did this, LMU's done this, but I don't think it's the full picture. Like in real life, I think there's a lot of other things going on. So you can have a peaky tyre, but I think stuff like tyre flex, contact patch deformation, a whole bunch of stuff's happening that isn't necessarily reflected in a peaky tyre. Like, and without that full picture, what you end up with is just sort of robotic binary cars, which is just not how. If you've ever been in a real car on slicks, they're quite progressive in many ways. Like they're not just on and off. But I think a big thing with, like, for example, R Factor 2, LMU, AMS2, AC, Race Room, AMS1, they're all very easy to drive. So for most sim racers, they will be like, oh, I can feel what the car's kind of doing and I'm not crashing.
That was your fault. You have to pay attention how you're driving it.
Yeah, also, LMU, there's something weird in LMU, and I don't know why people aren't pointing it out. There's a weird inconsistency to the...
yeah, whatever, man.
Oh, salt going on here.
Read the sporting code to find your answers there.
We've got salt going on. The turning, when you turn the wheel in LMU, how the car responds to that, and I'm not sure if it's because the force feedback's like weirdly inconsistent, it feels like it's sort of weirdly non-linear. And I don't get why no one else is picking this up. Like, I don't... I don't think that I'm like somehow weirdly super astute to these sorts of things. I think they're pretty obvious things, but then maybe I am just more aware of them. I don't know, like I think I'm pretty autistic. Like I wouldn't wear like jeans as a child because they felt too irritating. Most people don't have a problem with that. So maybe I have like a... I don't think it is that. I think genuinely, I just think people aren't actually... They just don't think about it. Or maybe they don't play lots of different sims side by side a lot, so they don't really know what the... then they don't explicitly think... Right, what are the objective differences between this sim and this sim? What's the objective different approach? What's the objective quantitative difference in the force feedback between these different sims? And why, you know, hypothetically, what could those differences be? Like, I might be wrong, but I think a lot of people just don't do that thought process on anything. So again, they don't really notice. They're just like, oh, I like this or I don't like it, which is fine. Well, even still, I hate how paper feels. I can't touch it. I won't open envelopes. I like well, I do open envelopes, but I hate it. Absolutely hate it. Yeah, it's possible. I used to hate like one part of birthdays and Christmas. I wouldn't open my Christmas presents. I'd rather not open the present and experience the touching the paper. I'd be like, look, a present's gonna be awesome, but I'd get my family to open my presents for me. It's like, just don't wrap them. I don't know how people put up with how paper feels. It's terrible. It's like literally, it's like sucking oil from your fingers. Yes, I mean, maybe not everyone's quite as special. Entirely possible. Yeah. Yeah, I think both are pretty dull, to be honest. So the one thing that I think iRacing's force feedback, it doesn't have any force feedback for braking really, but it does the thing that you have to get your head around with iRacing is it has a very like slow slop to the tires and very drawn out grip loss, and then the grip doesn't return, and so the force feedback actually reflects that. And also in iRacing, you can't drive onto the tyres. You have to let the car roll onto the tyres. Like, you can't push it onto the limit because that causes the tyres to overheat too quickly, and then you lose you just don't get the performance out of it. So you kind of have to like you preemptively drive iRacing, and as long as you first of all, approaching iRacing, you have to delete actual normal race driving technique. So you have to get past that point first, which you'll either have learnt in real go-karts, real cars, or other sims that have basic physics. So you delete that, and then once you've deleted that and you're rolling onto it, you then have to keep in mind that the tyres will get progressively hotter as they go through a corner, and the grip won't come back, so you can only go in one direction of like losing grip. But the force feedback does describe that fall off of grip. It's just very drawn out in iRacing and very slow, which again is nothing like a real tyre. Like real tyres, the grip sort of returns very quickly. So but I think it's there in iRacing. I think it's just reflected in the tyre physics. That's the thing. LMU, I think, actually has quite realistic tyres in many ways. I mean, you can see from the onboards, like don't even need to play it. You can see that it's pokey, way more pokey like real car tyres. Grip coming and going quickly, very forgiving. But I just don't think it has that. For some reason, it doesn't have that dynamic range to the force feedback, and that's always been an R Factor 2 thing, which I think is because a lot of R Factor 2's range in its force feedback comes from the suspension rather than the actual tyre. So you'll notice if you drive cars that have like vintage cars or cars that have more springy suspension on them, you'll notice it will feel like, oh, the weight of the vehicle, you know, you feel it all. It's like, oh, that's really good. It's just, you're just feeling the springs. But actually, iRacing doesn't seem to have any force feedback for the springs, for the weight of the vehicle. Weirdly, like ACC does, AC does. Like so in ACC and AC, when you brake, you'll basically just feel like a tug on the force feedback for the car behind just killed himself on me. For the suspension loading up. You can't even do a lap on LMU. Well, so LMU does have that thing where the tyres lock up randomly with no feel for the lock-up point. Again, so the force feedback... Oh! The force feedback does not describe where the limit is. So you have to drive that through memory. But then, so this is the other thing. A lot of sim racers, what they do is they start off slow and they go faster. And they gradually build up through rote process. And as a result, and this is what's encouraged by a lot of driver coaches, as a result, they're not driving by what they can feel. They're driving by a process of elimination of going, oh, at X speed, Y steering angle, this happened. So, Atakuchin, yeah, can you tell me exactly what I've said that's wrong? I find it really funny how it winds people up, but it must really kill them when what I say is exactly what like Formula 1 drivers would tell you. It's weird that. But go on, tell me. Go on, Ator. It really annoys people that someone could know how things are. Tell me what I've said that's incorrect. Anyone in chat, what have I said that's incorrect? Because that's the problem. It's the old like teacher thing. You couldn't teach this subject because you've not worked in that industry. Well, it's like, no, but if they're saying stuff that's true, they're saying stuff that's true. So what it comes down to in that scenario is someone doesn't like me because I probably at some point said something negative about their video game. They emotionally don't like me, so rather than actually arguing the point, they will go, oh, you've not done X. And I have actually been in a race car with slick tyres, but they'll go, you've not done X, so how can you know? Or, you know, here he goes again. It's like, well, I'm saying the truth, so... He's not going to come back with an answer because... It's really weird. It's really weird. Tomato eyes, yeah. Do you not, the people that say stuff like that, do you not think that like the guys, people that work in sim racing that are in my chat would immediately say, oh no, I know Gamer Muscle, you're an idiot on that, or you're being wrong? Like we have quite a few people that watch our live stream, sadly, that work on racing sims, do physics and and a whole bunch of stuff. They will literally say, oh, I think you're wrong on that. And they'll give a reason. So... Also, like, I know multiple drivers as well, real-world drivers that own race cars. They would absolutely slaughter me. As soon as I say anything that's me sort of just guessing at something and I'm wrong, they come in and go, oh, no, I have this car and I drive this car on this track and this is what happened. And it's like, well, I can't really argue with that then. So it's like, you know, it's not like I could just say stuff that's completely made up and get away with it. That's what's weird. Yeah. But it's alright. As I say, you're upset that I've said something negative about your game at some point. I mean, it must actually really hurt their brains when iRacing does a dev post that specifically points out the exact stuff that I'd been saying and many other people have been saying for years as specific things that they're fixing. That must really hurt all the people's brains that have been saying everything's fine, it's just requires you to drive better. Like how do you logically fix that in your head? When the developer itself has specifically hired people to specifically address the exact specific issues that we've been saying and other people have been saying, and that obviously the developer knows it's hard to develop sims. Same with other simulators. Yeah, exactly. But I get it. You don't like me, but then just say you don't like me. I'm comfortable with that. I'm not going to please everyone. Say you don't like, if you don't understand that we're a bit over the top on live streams for the sake of humour, or you're very sensitive about your game, Or you could just say, oh, I think you're an idiot, Gamer Moss. I'll be like, oh, fine, yeah, it's cool. I agree with you. I've wasted my life playing driving sims. That is probably pretty stupid. JK, iRacing is a good idea. I enjoy iRacing, that's why I play it. At the moment, we're getting a lot of like attacks from the AMS2 fans. I'm looking forward to the 1.6 update. That's the other thing that I found really funny. You have like the fanboys that are like religious to one simulator. So they, from their perspective, I'm pointing out negatives of their sim. So I'm being unfairly biased towards their simulator, right? And because they're only thinking of it from their simulator, because they don't play or follow. Oh shit, it's an LMP one. They don't play or follow other sims, right? So they don't see that I'm equally critical of everything. So they think I'm just attacking their simulator, right? So it's really weird. It's really weird. I mean, yeah, well, then all sims have got issues as well. Even, I mean, I really, the driving AC, I really like most of it, but there's still aspects to AC1's physics I don't like. I mean, the suspension, the curbing, the having to install mods and stuff, the lack of online ranked racing, there's loads of stuff in AC that I find really annoying. There's a random stutter thing that happens with some content. Did it actually add the fuel? Oh yeah, it did. Okay, okay. I should have done tyres, but I think we're okay. What's he doing? Oh, is he doing tyres? Oh, we just got rid of it. Oh, that's good. I think it saves the previous. You used to have to edit an ini file, but I think now it actually just keeps the previous thing you did. Maybe. Good. Oh yeah, Ritual Horse. There's one that's just coming out for Quest 3. It's a bit arcadey. Yeah, it's just weird with sim races. I think because it's the type of game that it is. It just attracts certain people, I think. They're a bit sensitive. Very, very, very passionate and very literal. Long League LFS. I like Live for Speed, yeah. I played it a lot. It does feel like the tracks feel a bit flat these days because they're not the most detailed, but it's good fun. Yeah, sim racing, guys. What can you do? I'm just really looking forwards to all the apology letters I'll get from all the fanboys as the sims develop and improve, and the sims actually fall in line with what I've been saying for 10 years. I'm really looking forward to all the emails. Although actually, joking aside, I have had emails from people that I used to argue with certain people online years ago, decades ago, and I have actually received emails from people with them going, "Oh, yeah, you were right about this," like a decade later. So some people do actually write emails going, "Oh, actually, I see what you were saying now." So it does happen. Weirdly, it does happen. Yeah, I think everyone should be sorry. I think all. I tell you what it is though. Guaranteed, it is actually, you see this reflected in politics. It's not really about the words at all. This is just language. It's not to do with the actual content or the sort of words. everything comes down to, well, for a lot of people, not everyone, but it comes down to people feel like, emotively, they feel like, oh, you're putting down my hobby. You're talking down something I enjoy, and so they have a negative emotive response to it. Whereas what I would hope people watching my channel would do is they go, oh, this bold Brit, his priorities are like humour, stupidity, mocking stuff, mocking himself, mocking everything. He hates authority. It's obviously not important. So it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I think some people are like, they ignore what the words are. They have a negative emotive response because they feel like someone's saying something negative about something they like, and then everything is framed around that as well. I think we played Live for Speed like earlier this year. We've driven the tracks on. We've driven the tracks on AC BLGP. We should definitely do some more SO City though. Also, Joe, exactly, yeah. I mean, that's just how people. So the way that people, all people, myself, everyone does this innately. Everybody frames stuff in like emotive narrative structures, and that's just how the brain works. So what would happen is someone's played a video game they like, let's say R-Factor, it doesn't matter what it is, iRacing. They've been told it's really realistic. They've been told from an authority, the developer's an authority, some race drivers, marketing, and they spent money on it, and it's got licensing, it's got car brands, that's another authority. So they've been told it's really realistic and it's, you know, not perfect, but whatever. And then they see like a weird, bold British guy driving it badly, clearly making big mistakes, and then that bold British guy going, "Oh, these are big issues with the sim." So from their perspective, they're like, "How is this person that seemingly can't drive? How is he able to even be critical of these things?" So even if the points are all completely correct, it's like, well, he's not an esports driver and he's not a real world driver, so we'll discredit every single point he's made, even though the points are actually coherent in and of themselves. Like, anybody could have made the points, it doesn't really matter. So farted in their general direction. You'll get that with anything. It's like someone's critical about politics or a politician or something. People don't go, they won't go, "Oh, those points that person made are valid points." They'll go, "Oh, I don't like that guy's accent," or "Oh, that guy's a Muslim," or "That guy's a Jew," or "That guy's a Christian or an atheist," or whatever. Do you know what I mean? And they'll go, "Oh, he's clearly a white person with white privilege. Oh, he's clearly a black person with this view." Or, you know what I mean? They don't go, "Oh, what are the individual points being made by the person?" It's just this is how it is. It's just how people think about stuff. That is true. But I don't want credibility. That's the thing. Is my head cold? Yeah, it's actually getting warm now. That's what seems to be lost on some people as well. That I go out of my way to not make arguments from authority on stuff, because I think I hate it. I hate watching content where it's like, I'm an authority, you know, like, "Oh, I've got a big triple screen setup. Oh, you know," it's like, who gives a shit? Like, it's just brainwashing. This is why I quite like stuff like, do you remember like Empty Box or something? Like, he just talking over a video that he's driving. It's great. You know. as soon as you start seeing like real race driver, pro race driver, it's like they're leveraging that as an argument from authority. Like it's not entirely wrong authority. Like there is credibility in someone being a professional race driver. However, what a lot of people don't realise is there's a big range in skill with professional race drivers as well, and a lot of them are absolutely shit at driving, but they're technically full-time race drivers.
I don't like ACC,
So,
but I do like the normal.
You know,
That is amazing. So it's
a
probably
lot of
one
race
the-
drivers are just rich
probably
people
one of the-
paying for it.
well, one of the, or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1.
Let these guys go for it.
GT mods. It's really good.
Absolute carnage here. Do it for the hate. It's just funny. It's the woke brigade. the woke brigade. And the woke saying is genius, because anytime someone says something that's like maybe ethically founded that you disagree with, you just accuse them of being woke. It's well clever. Like someone says, I think that banks are not investing in small businesses. And then you just say, that's just woke, because you're just woke and you think that banks should should help people out rather than people helping themselves. You're so woke. It's well good. You could just use it for anything. I can't afford to. I've demonstrated that I'm a really fast race driver, and I've won loads of local go-karting, but I just can't afford to continue doing it. It's too expensive. You're woke. You want a handout. All those other drivers are just driving. They're not complaining about the price of it. You're so woke. It's like, that's handy, isn't it? Woke liberal. All these sayings and terms are so stupid. Well, yeah, but it's been moved around. Yeah, it woke used, yeah, exactly, like you say, it used to mean someone that was applying a bit of empathy to other situations. So they're being aware, basically. So originally you'd say, you're just being aware of stuff outside of your immediate vicinity that is impacting other people that maybe you're not doing yourself. But you're just aware that other stuff happens in the world that is a result of the culture that you're in, or what's that, you're just applying a bit of awareness, a bit of creative awareness to other stuff around you. And then that's been transformed into woke, and then the word woke has had attached to it the default view that anybody that's applying awareness is automatically some like insane tree hugger, ultra sort of far left, maximum vegan, and like full on tanky whatever. You create a word, and then you associate the extreme. What's it called where you take the worst of someone's position, like the most disingenuous, least favourable view of another position, and then you attach that to that word, and then anytime someone's having a conversation with you that goes slightly in the different direction to what your argument is, you straw man their position by associating them with the extreme thing that you've put into a nice packaged word. So conceptually, anyone watching that's on your position or slightly or close to it is conceptually pushed into a mind frame of what they're saying is some extremist position. It is a form of straw manning, but it's more that so if someone makes an argument, so let's say if I say But any argument can be interpreted in differing ways, like so, because it's never like a communication is not perfect. So you can like take the most extreme negative interpretation of a person's argument rather than what the person's intended interpretation of their argument is. So like, let's say someone says, I think animal cruelty is bad, and I think that that the meat industry is bad. I've not really said much there in terms of details. Someone that's really, really pro meat industry would go, oh, you're saying that no one should ever eat meat at all, and the entire meat industry should be shut down quickly at massive economic effect, you know, blah blah blah. And then a person on the other side would go, oh, you're supporting the meat industry still. Do you know what I mean? So when the person actually saying it might be taking a middle of the road position. That was a totally pointless race, though, either way. We came third. There's only like 4 people to race against. It's... you know. Politics, guys. It's a disaster. That was fun, wasn't it? That was definitely a lot of.
No battle. No battle. No battle. No battle.
How to get these topics? That's an interesting conversation, isn't it? I could just sit here talking about where we are in the race, but I think I'd get boring pretty quickly. I haven't tried it recently. I need to give it another go soon. Let's do a Lime Rock Park in the Formula 1 600. Nobatu. We need to be careful with safety rating. It's the fun thing to do. Here we go, Lime Rock Park. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird with Sims. It's a weird space, isn't it? You've been watching for years. And somehow you always get into these odd topics and discussions. I don't know how you stay sane. The key is I'm not sane in the first place. That's the genius. Hang on. Let's get this text. When you scale this chat room, oh, here we go. I think it's some names cause the chat to lose its formatting. There we go. Makes it very hard to read the comments when they're like slightly cut off. People who are claiming to be sane are mostly not. Yeah, I think, well, everyone's a bit mental, aren't they? Because it's just how the brain works. We're all like large language models. Do you know what it is? It's people with really large names. Like CC Car Sales, Thatcham Limited. You guys break my chat. If your name goes across this, because this chat room needs to put the text underneath the name, but it doesn't, and it gives priority to the name, which then breaks the line formatting. Ah, bloody hell. Yeah, that's what it is. It's if your name's too... if your name's too big. Maybe I can change the setting. Maybe there's like a... Font size. No, there's no. Maybe there is a setting in the app somewhere. Oh well. Ban long names, yeah. I think 5 digits should be the maximum name length that you guys are allowed. There wasn't much salt in that race. It was a bit rubbish. Right. Well, I'm not going to get angry at comments or like people's views because there's no point, is there? Like, oh, what's going on here? Why is this? Oh, there we go. It's loading. There's a lot of people that believe crazy stuff, so it would be very tiresome if that made you angry. I get frustrated. I don't get frustrated. I find it frustrating when you have someone that's in like a political position that's outright just lying and they know they're lying. So I find it less frustrating if someone's obviously just stupid because you're like, well, they don't know what they're doing. But when people are deceiving people intentionally, I think that's frustrating, and because people believe what they're saying. So it is kind of the problem with that is if you allow just outright lying, it just collapses reality. Because then you might as well go, well, anything's fine, you know. But also, because I think for me, like if I was a politician and I could totally see why you'd, politicians don't talk about certain things or mention stuff because the real politic of the situation. But when you have politicians that just outright lying, it's weird that it doesn't bother them. Like that's what's weird. Like, ding ding girl. Do you know what I mean? Like, it would be tiresome. Like, I think most normal people would feel bad. Like, they wouldn't enjoy it. Like, having to lie would be tiresome for most normal people. But then there's a small group of people that are completely comfortable with it. They don't care at all. They just sociopaths, aren't they, I think? But it's weird that a lot of people don't seem to be able to detect the sociopathy. Thoughts on the VRS Direct Force upgradable torque wheelbase? No, probably not worth getting over a DD1. Oh yeah, I need to make a video about that. We could talk about it on stream. I don't think it's a good idea selling a product and then offering the ability to unlock that product through software when the product that you've shipped already has the capacity. Like, because the fact is, what it is it's an admission that they've already made profit from the initial, like, you wouldn't, it would be very unlikely that they would sell the DD motor, the power supply and everything at a price that was a loss unless people upgraded. So so the argument you can make is it's just a business thing. Like they want to make more money. Obviously, business is motivated to make profit. So the question would be how. The problem is the efficacy, or no, how ethical the VRS thing would depend entirely on how profitable it is. And then, weirdly, that would force people to be asking the question of, is questioning profitability acceptable? And culturally, a lot of people in the Western sort of capitalist society don't think it's reasonable to question profitability. So VRS, in a sense, if you sort of play things through and think about it, they're leveraging the fact that it's culturally unacceptable to question a corporate's profitability as to whether or not you can then decide if them offering different tiers of unlockability is a ethical thing for them to do. Oh no, what is this field of view? What's this camera angle? There we go. Yeah, but they're not selling. They're not going to be selling those things at a loss. If you look at the price of them, they're not really selling it at a loss. Traction 428. I mean, I don't know what you mean by that. That there's a goal. On the grand scheme of things, stuff might average out to that, but individual businesses, some make a lot more profit than others, and individual products might make more or less profitability. If you think about it, an overall average of profitability is not going to reflect an individual company's. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, so I guess the VRS thing, you go, well, they're allowing people to buy a DD wheel that's potentially better for cheaper. I think it sets a bad precedent. It's that whole thing of, oh, you've bought the hardware, but you have to unlock it with software, even though you've already got it, even though you've already got the hardware. But then you could say that's an irrational argument, because, you know, people buy like DLC and software, pointless shit software for other games. So why not have a software key to unlock the capacity of the hardware? Also, environmentally, you can make the argument it's better for them to just ship one product, and you're not like, so you don't have to buy a separate power supply like the Fanatec equipment. Yeah, I think that's the problem. It's a slippery slope, potentially. As I say, it sets precedent for exploitational business practices in the future. And you know, because of the way capitalism operates, it might start off as like, oh, this is actually not too bad. But you know that it will get worse and worse and worse until the marketplace until it hits the absolute limit of what the marketplace will accept. And the limit of what the marketplace can accept is not based on rationality. It's based on how you can market and brainwash the marketplace to make them accept lower and lower quality. So this is one of the flaws of like capitalism, where people think, oh, free market capitalism and competition is great. It lowers the prices of everything. And it does when there's a lot of competition. It does in many ways. But they don't factor in the fact that people are largely irrational, and propaganda and marketing works to shape what people accept and don't accept. So given that in mind, it's like, gradually things get better, but then companies realize they can't make any profit by actually quantifiably making it better. So companies don't make the product better, they make the marketing better. So,
out of control.
you know, Marino, companies no longer want some money some of the time. They want all the money all the time. Yeah, but it's like the subscription stuff is such a load of bollocks. When you have companies doing subscription services for something that doesn't need to be a subscription service, like there's not... So again, you end up with that argument of someone going, well, okay, objectively speaking, or sort of and more rationally speaking, if people are constantly working on the product, well, they deserve and they're constantly upgrading it, and you've bought a license and you are constantly benefiting as a customer from those upgrades in perpetuity, well, you deserve that the business deserves to be paid for the constant work they're doing. So in that scenario, you go, okay, that's actually fair enough that it's a subscription, and then you can have an argument on what's substantive work and what isn't. But obviously what's happened is companies that produce products that don't have they're not constantly upgrading it, they're actually motivated to do less upgrades because they get the subscription revenue anyway. They've just set a subscription trap. So you're then paying a subscription for something that's not being upgraded, which is not, but that's obviously that's more profitable, isn't it, for the company? So they're motivated. If you have a subscription service, from a business perspective, the best subscription service would be you managing to sell a subscription to a product that you don't need to upgrade.
Estimated strength of field is 2,500.
So they're motivated through capital, through the nature of capitalism, to make a worse product, which is obviously not good for people.
Green flag, green flag.
It's business.
Right side.
I mean,
You're on the right side.
I offer a subscription to the Game of Muscle YouTube channel, and you don't get anything for it. You get a shitty little icon and a sense of despair. Actually, no, sim races are mostly masochists. So if you subscribe to my channel, you get a headache. What is the value? Some people say we're funny, so I guess that's...
Stay on the left.
Can't put a price on that.
Clear.
Debatable though, isn't it? Man, this is a hard track to overtake on. Oh, use my affiliate links, guys. Give me some money. I hate it.
Car on your left. Clear on the left.
We ain't making that.
Pick up that corner and got a slow down penalty. Left side. You're on the right. 3 wide.
Just go on.
Left side.
Go on, guys. Turns out practicing in the race.
Right side. You're in the middle. 3 wide. Clear. 2 wide. Clear on the left.
Ah, the tyres in this game. See how I broke too hard, right? So the wheels locked up. And so even when I came off the brake, they just wouldn't turn into the corner at all. So just straight lined it. Oh dear. And this car has quite forgiving tyres. And the reason I broke late there is because I had a karma inside, so it made sense to go deeper into the corner.
Thanks for the hit.
Keep to the left.
Ah, the tyres are so shit in this. Fucking hell. Yeah, you have to have preemptively done.
Sorry, man.
I mean, we know this, but you have to preemptively have done the braking for the brake points. It's all right once you know the exact brake pressure for each corner. It's fine because you know what you can and can't do. So stupid though when you first go on a track with a car and you're trying to like work it out. So dumb. Oh well. We'll do 2 or 3 races here. We'll have it. I feel so bad for like new sim racers that load up iRacing and then think that this is what cars are like. It's such an unforgiving thing. Hello, Bram. It's such a punishing interpretation of handling of like physics. It's so unforgiving. I'm really surprised how many people put up with any sim. It's quite interesting that so if you tell a player of a video game that the video game is realistic, they put up with bullshit way more than if you were just to say it was a video game. So this isn't iRacing, it's like every sim. Like Armour, people put up with so much rubbish stuff in Armour purely because they're told, oh, it's the most realistic mil sim. And it's like, yeah, but in real life, there's not a 2-second delay between shooting someone and the bullet registering, right? I mean, some people don't die quickly, but like, you know, there's a whole bunch of stuff. But it's the same with flight sims. If you tell people, oh, it's super duper realistic, they then are like, it's an authority telling them that their critical view of the video game is wrong because they just don't know enough about reality, and it works. It's really interesting actually, because there's no way your average gamer would put up with some of the handling dynamics of like aircraft in flight sims or some of the driving dynamics in iRacing and stuff. There's no way a gamer would put up with those mechanics unless you go, oh, you know, it's a simulator, you just don't know. Like, if real go-karts drove like how some cars drive in real life, or even full-size cars, people would return them. If we went to a track day with like I don't know, anything like an aerial atom, you bought an aerial atom for £70,000 and you went to a track day and it drove like how aerial atoms often drive in sims, you would return the car immediately. You go, this is really stupid. It's really weird how you can scam people like that. Or not really scam them, but you know what I mean? It's weird what people will then put up with. It's how it's framing. Shower with your dad simulator, pretty accurate. It's like the who's that guy, the game designer that did Black and White and Populous? What's his name? Bloody hell! You know the game designer. What's he called? Peter Molyneux. Peter Molyneux. Yeah, right. It's exactly the same thing that he does. So he will work. He will do. To be fair, he has done some good games. You know, in fairness. But he will talk so much bollocks about, the game has all these like ethical evaluations and all this wish-washy stuff that's above the heads of most people, and also not actually implemented in the games properly because it never works properly. But because he's imbued the games with this underlying sophistication that you can't understand. Anytime something shit happens in those games, the player goes, oh, it must be because the game's got a complex AI engine that's tabulated this, and therefore it's just me as a player that's made a mistake. It's not a bug with the video game. And it works. People lap it up. It's kind of like a... It's like the art. It's like the art description. We're back to that. You have a piece of like canvas on a wall with a hole in it, and you're like, okay, well that's a nice hole in a piece of canvas, not bad. And then there's a plaque next to it with 1,000 words saying this was done in 1928 and is one of the first pieces of canvas with a hole in it. And the artist was obviously trying to demonstrate deconstruction of the assumptions that one makes when looking at pieces of art in an art gallery, and this deconstructs the notion of the solidity of canvas. And is it art when there's a hole and no longer a canvas to paint upon? This is a metaphor for life, and how ill-defined one's actions are in life, and how sometimes one has to look past the canvas. Just give me a gun. Oh dear. Oh, he's gonna have a slowdown. Yeah, I've almost memorised the maximum brake pressure for this car. To be fair, the active pedal's quite good for giving you a feeling for when the tyres are gonna go. Or that was actually a good painting idea. A hole. Someone's already done it. Someone will have already have done it.
Thank you, man.
Maybe we should barbecue. Oh no, Rob. I was just hungry. Rob Curio. I just thought I read your name as like barbecue. I'm just hungry. I want a barbecue. When's summer coming back? Ah, we're getting faster here. I quite like Lime Rock Park. I think in real life this track would absolutely terrify me. Yeah, it'd be funny to like try and get a piece of art in an art gallery as someone that hates art galleries. You're convinced iRacing is the most realistic sim in the world? Well, it is, yeah. Because, fortunately, iRacing developers are super modest.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
It's also the most realistic. The modesty.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
Oh, I love that. Oh, not again. Not another nuclear winter. That's just called being British, isn't it? Hang on. Fanthum. Fanthum. I'm a Neil's. Neil's friend viewer. What? What's the Neil's friend viewer? I'd be careful of Neil's. He'll pop-ometer you. Do you have your split spline? What? What's my spline? Oh, I'm not making that. I was reading the chat at a bad time. Oh, we are making it. Well done.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
That's not a steering column, that's my genital exciter. Hang on.
Chicken flag. Nice run. Solid work.
Oh, I like this car. This car feels well good to drive. Oh, it rotates as well. Gosh, this car's amazing. Oh dear, that went well. What, we could do another one. I think they're every half hour with this. So you're kind of getting, oh no, what's my screen doing? Oh, there we go. Oh, let's have a banana. Yeah, we'll do some more of these. Why not? They're good fun. I think iRacing is most fun with just the rookie content, to be honest, funnily enough. When they're running tracks that aren't rubbish. Is there Formula 1 this weekend? Don't think there is there? I'm out of the loop with Formula 1. Oh, there's people actually driving the Skip Barber. Well, it's only sexual for you. Well, if someone's eating a banana, if someone eats anything pointy, is that what it takes? Anything pointy? What if they're eating an ice cream? Right. We're doing another one here. I should probably do a bit of practice. We have a lot of thirsty women, so that's why we're live streaming here. We have to keep things going for all the thirsty women. If you're a thirsty woman, say hello in chat. Thirsty women. I think thirsty women are worse than thirsty men, to be honest. That's my controversial view. That's my controversial view of the day. Do you see the beast? What's the beast? I don't know what you're talking about. They're all lurkers, yeah. I mean, because otherwise they would have to compete with each other, and they don't want to open themselves up to competition. That's the only logical conclusion I can come to. Thirsty women are beasts. Oh, here we go. Let's put this on the actual refresh rate of this monitor. So I've been really tempted, guys, to change this setup. So at the moment I've got the three ultra wides, but I just use the ultra wides, 3 TVs. But I'm thinking of taking 2 of them down. I kind of just want to get one of those like LG OLED ultra wides, and then you know. So you can get a 39-inch LG OLED, and it's 1440p, which makes it a lot easier to run than 4K. It's like half the resolution. No, that triple screen's terrible. One ultra wide that's 2560 by like 1440 is really good for like performance. Looks good, high frame rates. Yeah, I mean VR streaming's a bit of a pain though. That's the thing. I like VR, but I kind of just there's not much room in this where I am, so it'd be quite nice to to reduce the size of everything. No, like 39 wide, not ultra wide. I don't like the ultra wides. I find they're too small height wise. Hello, review for the tube. There we go. Projectors. Projectors have got a lot of latency in them. Well, it's weird though how like DLP projectors work, but you don't get the clarity from a projector. Yeah, I'd really like a not really, no review for the tube. I think they're all good though. I don't see why they wouldn't be. They're still working on their software and stuff. Yeah, I just wouldn't. I can't really comment on it. Nick S, does weaving on a warm-up lap in iRacing? No, it's totally pointless. Maybe at esports level, but then I was under the impression that warming the tyres up in iRacing slowed the cars down. It depends. I don't know. It depends. Because there was that whole thing of cooling the tyres down on the grass with the Porsches. But in most races in iRacing, there's no point in weaving because you're more likely to crash or do something stupid warming your tyres up than you are to gain a place from having marginally warmer tyres at the start of the race. So I wouldn't bother, to be honest. But I mean, if it makes you feel, if you enjoy it, if you have fun weaving, if that's what you want to do it. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not like an esports driver, so. If you're over 7/10 off track pace, all those things are basically pointless. And I'm normally between 7/10 and 1.5 seconds off the pace, so so it's actually pointless for me. So yeah, I just wouldn't worry about it. Oh, Orimu, thank you.
Back to the salt mines.
Back to the salt mines. Am I tired? No, I got a headache though, but it's because we're slowly getting back onto normal time and hopefully actually sleeping. You know, it takes ages. Depends on the time, what the weaving thing. Yeah. Also, it's from sim to sim and then update to update. So from, you know, I'm not really an iRacer, but like watching proper like esports drivers, there's been periods where they've done warming up and periods where they haven't. So 4 ultra wides, a projector, and 2 VR headsets. Ultimate meta. Scuba, yeah. Well, also, do you remember the Le Mans race where the two was it? What were they? The Gleckenhuis or whatever. They just drove into the they lost it at the first corner into the leaders in a 24-hour race. To be honest, CS, I am well excited for Flight Sim. Genuinely, I'm proper excited. I'm actually really excited for it. I love flight sims. I don't know why. I've always really liked flight sims. It's weird. I don't know why a lot of sim racers don't seem to care. It's like, so I think what it is I really like video game technology, and I really like sims in general. I always have since I was like just the idea of a flight sim I thought was crazy. What was the one that had the Learjet on the box in the 90s? Was it? I think it was made by the developers that made System Shock. Was it Flight Unlimited? I just really like the idea of flight sims. I think it's just an interesting piece of software. I'm surprised that other people don't seem to have the same. I think you get people that like planes. You know, they're like train spotters but with planes, which is fine, and they're normally like your flight simmers. And I think you get that with driving sim players as well. But I think there's people like me that just really like deep game mechanics, and then also just like technology and video, like real time like engines and things. So because obviously some games, the people playing some games are playing them because they specifically like planes, or they specifically like cars, or they specifically like trains, whereas I think I like the tech of the game design, the tech, you know, the actual art of it, not necessarily what it's pretending to be, if that makes sense. Fabian, yeah, well, hopefully, I agree with you. Hopefully, Flight Sim 24 changes that. Yeah, I think that's a really big problem with the previous Flight Sim, is it was clearly designed for a wider market. I mean, or at least it was being sold to a wider market, and yet didn't have any real gameplay in it. So I'm looking forward to like seeing how they do the career mode stuff. Yeah, it's next week. We should have a Moser force feedback joystick as well to play it. It looks like the joystick's going to arrive on the same day that the game comes out. So this is going to be interesting. I don't know how we'll work this out. I don't even know if it supports the new Flight Sim. Yeah, I don't know if I think just playing through the career mode will be nice and chill, to be honest. Yeah. Theus, looking at what they added. Yeah, no, I think the reality is, a flight simulator is a lot of work. Even like just getting the graphics engine with the world to the resolution that Microsoft or Asobo have done. That in and of itself is a full project, right? That's like Google Earth or whatever, or Google Maps. That's a whole dev team project. then you have the like planes and physics and aviation stuff. Well, that's a whole thing. Like even if you're only going to do like a few planes, it's actually a lot of work. All the panels, all the systems, all the avionics, yeah, everything involved with an aircraft. That's a whole lot of work. Then even if you're going to do like a somewhat limited environmental thing with like weather, wind, you know, air densities, lift, and having that all work in real time, That's a whole that's a whole other thing. So yeah, but I wouldn't describe it as a tech demo, but I think it's fair to say Flight Sim 2020 didn't have a game in it. Like, it had some missions, but it didn't really have a game in it, and the actual flying and physics are worse than X-Plane 11, so it didn't really make sense other than for a like a touristy type way of playing the game. I think it was fine for that, or for, you know, I mean, you can still use it as a training toy. It wasn't that it's completely terrible, but it did the travel aspect of flying really well, which you get from, yeah, it's a weird, just not, it didn't have gameplay in it, basically, I think is the, which you could then you go, people would argue a simulator doesn't need gameplay because it's a simulator, it's up to you, and that's not, I think that's a bit of a cop out, especially if you're releasing a game on an Xbox. Yeah, and I like, so this is what I really liked about the old Flight Sim. Do you remember the Flight Sim X and previous Flight Sims? It was really fun going through the training modes and then some of the missions with audio and things. It was just an immersive thing. So I do, yeah, I'm a bit of a gamer. I like objectives. I like this sense of, I like a clear objective and I like a goal to achieve, and I like the goal to be a there's a sort of analog measurement of how well you've done at doing that goal. So, you know, you might have like gold, silver, bronze for passing something, but you have a point system, and if you're doing a certain thing to a better degree, that's granularly measured so that you can feel like you can improve and you've got the feedback there. I think that's what I like from game mechanic wise. And driving games sort of automatically have that because you know you've got a delta, you've got the race position, did you win the race, second, third, but then you also have the lap time, you also have the delta for every single corner, so that's what makes it addictive.
Tight field today, look for opportunity. Green flag, green flag. Car on your left. Clear on the left.
You like, well, I like driving, but only the problem with the fixating on the driving, you have the issue that bloody only AC1 actually seems to nail, AC1 and AMS1 are the only games that actually nail driving, as in properly balancing a car at the limit in a snappy way. That's the problem with that. If you specifically enjoy driving, and then no one plays them online. And even when we do community races, there's only like 5 of us that are sort of vaguely competitive. Well, thank you. It's a kind donation by him. This is a really understeery car. If you go slightly on the tyres. We've lost the draft. Don't think the car behind's going to help us here.
Car on your left. Keep to the right. Clear. Car on your
But that's the same with all sims, I think.
left. Still there. The car is C.
We tend to run fixed setups.
56.108. Right side. Stay on the left. Still there. Hold
'Cause
your
this guy's going to wreck us, isn't he? Right, there you go. He's already driving into us. He's definitely going to wreck us for sure. If I hold my line, he'll wreck us.
left side. Clear.
Are you ready, guys? How many laps do you think until he wrecks us?
Car on your left. Keep to the right. Clear on the left.
There it is. You just know, like... 0. Yeah. Yeah, you just know, like, you get a car that's clearly, you know, they're riding you, and you know that if you hold the inside line, which is just normal racecraft, oh my, I think we're damaged. You know they'll wreck you, and you... So stupid, isn't it? So predictable. Oh, I don't know. It's the bot auto filters stuff. Well, it's you can't really race properly in iRacing because how it works. To be fair as well, if you're close to the car in front with cars like this, it's really hard to get a run without accidentally driving into them because of how the net smoothing works. I mean, also because the tyres don't allow you to really hold slip productively, if the car in front holds the inside line, it's really hard to, if not impossible, to overtake around the outside once you're at a certain pace. This is why you just have to hot lap quali in front, and then that's it. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how AI stewarding could potentially work. I have some ideas that are very simple that I think would work really, really well for stewarding. Very simple ideas that I think would improve a lot of sims. I'm not going to publicly say them, but I've told people that are working on these things. Yeah, well, it's that policing thing, isn't it? Like, people have to feel like there'll be some consequences so that stops them doing stupid stuff. You need a... Fabian, yeah, but you'll probably be able to finish in the top 10 doing that, but you're probably not going to finish in the top 3 or win the race. But yeah, basically, unless you can quali in the top 5, you're better off being at the back. Yeah. That's the same with anything. That's not just an iRacing thing. It's like It's just a effect of if you see it in all motorsport. If the first, second, or third car makes a mistake, the cars behind them notice it, and the cars behind them might notice it. But then it's like a wave that goes through the grid, with it being less and less obvious what's happening the further back. So it makes it more and more likely that an accident happens.
You fast left for you. Car stop on the left.
That was the most predictable thing ever.
Go right.
Oh, this could be quite good for Salt, this. Yeah, it's good fun. I think that's the key thing, is to not take stuff too seriously. It's a good lesson in life. Was this the guy that took me out? He took another guy out. No, I don't really do vengeance. Well, not intentionally. Well, we'll still beat him. We'll beat him without vengeance. We'll beat him fair and square. I don't think there's enough laps. This might be...
70 fast left position.
Exactly. It's the most dangerous form. Unintentional. That's my superhero. My superhero character name. Unintentional. Unintentional vengeance. You had the Avengers. Unintentional Avengers. Do you not remember that one? That got cancelled in the first season. Don't know why. Well catchy name. You'll never know. Even the unintentional Avenger doesn't know. That's how it gets you. It's genius. See? 4D chess. You don't even know if it was vengeance or not. That's how reality works, though, ironically. Oh, we're slowly getting faster here. Bullshit, man, yeah. Oh, 2 laps, I think, to go. The way the tyres. You start getting in a slide, right? And you're like, oh, okay. It should be a totally holdable slide. Or you should just be able to counter steer to bring it out of the slide. But the tyres get progressively warmer. And then it's just like, oh, no, you gotta wait, mate. You can't snap it out the slide, and you also still want to have the rotation through the corner. You're just a hostage. Tire temperature hostage. How dare you go into the corners slightly too hot, and then try and use slip to rub off the speed? How dare you?
White flag. One more left to go.
Oh no, I hate it. It makes me feel ill. No, I have tried it. Yeah, it actually makes me feel ill. Really hurts my brain. spaghetti. Oh dear. Let's have a look at the replay.
Slow car ahead. Car stopped ahead. Car stopped on the right. Checkered flag, checkered flag.
Right. Hello. What lap was it on? Here we go. Are these cars made out of glass fibre? You must have to, like, to make them look shiny, you'd have to, I don't know what you'd use to make a glass fibre car look metal. Like paint, metallic paint. I mean, that is just completely driving through us, isn't it? That is 100% inexcusably driving through the car in front. There's no way that is ever gonna... I don't think there's any way for us to even catch that. Yeah, yeah, it was a good takedown because he didn't do any damage to him and he stayed in front. He'd already driven into us 4 times beforehand as well. It's what you have to do to pass, ultimately. Well, Shumi, because what he did is he cleverly used the invisible netcode prediction to his advantage. So fair play to him. To be honest, he's outplayed me. I should have... I don't know what you could do. I should have pushed the brake and accelerator at the same time, just as he was about to do it. But yeah, I don't think you... If you're within a certain time margin, you can't really overtake. And no, I agree, Shumi. I think it was a good move by him. I'm not even joking. It was, because, like, the fact is, if you know how to drive this track, or if you know in iRacing that you can't overtake around the outside unless there's a really big pace difference, right? If you're within a certain pace, it's on a lot of tracks with a lot of the cars, it's basically impossible to overtake around the outside if the car just goes on the inside, because your tyres, if you go around the outside, tyres heat up, slip increases, you lose the speed, you can't hold productive slip. So the car in front just stays on the inside. It is pretty much impossible for them to overtake. So, as a result of that, if this guy wants to finish in front of us, he needs to take us out in a way that looks fairly... No, doesn't look intentional. So it's actually he's done the right decision, because then if you know that another car is going to do that, you then know that you have to just let them go past if they're slightly faster than you, because otherwise they will just wreck you. So actually, in terms of like playing out the sort of game theory on it, it makes sense to wreck the car in front. Obviously, the counterpoint to that would be iRacing moderating the servers a bit better, but they don't, so. RGM81, thank you for subscribing.
Sending tea bags.
Thank you, really appreciate that. I'm going to go to hype level 1.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
Thank you very much. Oh no, what are you going to do with them? when the global warming destroys everything, you're not going to be able to use those tea bags for anything, are you? It's tea bags, wheel rims, tea bags. You could live off the tea bags. You are promoting bombers. If you want to get past, do it the right way. Hang on, you're putting this on me, Arthur. How am I guilty? I'm telling you the truth. I'm just telling you reality. I've just painted. I've just painted the pragmatic view of how things are working. So what you got to be aware of is what's the reality. Like, what's right or wrong is different to what the reality is. Ah! Ah! Yes, on the limit. On the limit. Joined with 1 second left. Ah, pure skill. It's like a pedestrian in the UK has right of way, but if a car drives into you, you're not going to have a good day, are you? So you can be right. You can be totally right, but if you end up decapitated or your legs removed, then you know. So you have to be pragmatic about these things. Like you could be like, yeah. I mean, there's loads of examples. You just have to accept reality. So the reality with iRacing is they don't really moderate things that well, and it's hard. It's hard to moderate it as well. Because think how many races are happening, and how much profit the company wants to make, and how many people you'd want to employ to moderate stuff, which would take away from profit. You know. So you know, I guess you could argue that they could do better systems and stuff, but no, but people are still buying it. So yeah, it's just a reality. It's weirdly, it's funny that people get upset by that view, but then if you watch Formula 1, like, look at how many races, look at Michael Schumacher or like Verstappen or like or Senna, and like the great race drivers, and what were they doing? They didn't go, oh, that's unsportsmanlike, or they didn't go, oh, this is unfair because our car has this and they don't. They were like, right. Or they didn't go, oh, we've discovered this loophole, let's tell all the other teams so it's fair. They went, oh, right, how can we use this loophole to our advantage so we can win the championship? Like finishing the race in the pit lane, you know? And then after the fact, everyone's like, oh, that was amazing. Can't believe they thought of that. It's so creative. But in the moment, all the haters are like, oh, no, they cheated. How's it going, Channel VR? Well, we've had loads of subs today. I think we've had like... Hang on, does this work? Let's see. Events. We've had... Orimu. RGM. Rob Pearson Racing. Oh, there we go. Rob Pearson Racing, subscribe. Yeah, thanks guys. I might get a drink. Yeah, I'm going to go and grab a drink. I'll be back in a second. Entering the pits on the last lap was masterful, yeah. Because he had his pit box was after the start-finish line, wasn't it? I'm back in a minute. Hello. Oh. I think this car on Alton Park is better. These opening sections are not so good on floaty cars. You can accept racing incidents and occasional aggressive move, but hitting someone from behind is never acceptable. That video showed everything that's wrong with sim racing. Everything. Every single thing that's wrong with sim racing. Yeah, I mean, I was in the corner as well. So that only makes it worse. I was talking as well. God. The perfect example of what's wrong with sim racing. Everything.
Green flag, green flag. Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Who doesn't like it in the rear? Let's go. What is a good lap time around here? One. I'm not very good in this car around this track. What do we get?
All right, there's the checkered
Oh
flag.
dear. I have a feeling that we're like a second. Oh, thanks for following. Extreme Yash. What's extreme about you, Yash? Are you like an extremist? He's pretty calm, but he has extreme political views. What gear do I use? It depends actually. It depends how fast I'm going. I normally start off in neutral, then go to first, second, third, fifth. Sometimes sixth. It depends on the car, and then I like to go back down through the gears. So, but I'd say I probably use like fourth gear the most. I think that's probably my favourite gear is fourth. But then you know, something quite satisfying about being in the fifth gear. I mean, I guess first gear is probably a fun gear. Sim Gear, yeah, they make all right products. Yeah, I'm using Moser R12 at the moment. It's good. Been enjoying using it. I quite like the Moser stuff. You like fifth gear, yeah? I know some of our viewers like to buy gear off the street. That's what I heard. I don't endorse that. I mean, I think it's disgraceful. How come it's like midday? It's actually midday, but it's like so dark outside. It's like it's 6 p.m. Welcome to the UK. All the gears, no ideas. What a gear stick. Right. We'll try not to lose in every single race. It's going to start snowing. Now that's nice. I might. Can we buy some skis? Some snow blades. I haven't got any snow. I haven't got any snow boots. It's going to cost too much. Can someone Google how much snow blades with shoes cost?
The estimated SOF is 2,160. Keep it clean. The DNF today would hurt our points.
We're going to have to wait till next year, Lorenzo. It's been a disaster.
Still waiting on 2 cars to grid. Waiting on the final car to grid. Everyone's gridded.
Oh, here we go. Lol.
Green, green.
Oh, you can download all of Red Dwarf on all the original seasons of Red Dwarf on the Internet Archive, by the way.
Clear.
I just found out last night. So if you're a Red Dwarf fan and you want the original DVDs, I think it's legal. I don't know. It's all there.
Clear.
Smeaghead. Oh, hello. Uhtred Underturn. Thank you very much, you idiot.
Very bad.
This is very bad. Thank you very much, Uhtred. Your waste of money is greatly appreciated. Yeah, I like Red Dwarf. I think Red Dwarf encapsulates. It's probably one of the best, like, examples of not necessarily British culture, but like what is it? What's it called? Like when you know stuff's futile, but you might as well just keep going anyway, and that's ironic in and of itself. It's definitely just the futility of existence, but still going along with it anyway. I think, yeah, life. Exactly. I mean, that's just what it is. It's just the reality. It's surprising how few shows capture that. These streams, exactly.
Right side. Still there. Clear on the right.
Lol. Forced an error from him. He's got to serve a penalty. Come on. Oh, what are you doing? He's cut the chicane, and we've lost the draft of everyone. We forced an error from the car in front. He cuts the chicane, and then defends it, so we both lose the draft. He should just given the bloody place up. We've cut the chicane.
Still there. The car in P1. Just step past the flag. 56.263. Clear.
That wasn't a dive bomb. That was a normal. asserting that we're there. We didn't understeer into him, and then he cuts the chicane. That's his fault. Hang on, is it Logan Paul or Jake Paul that did the stupid boxing match? Do you mean he didn't have anywhere to go? Well, watch the replay. He missed the break point. He had space. He completely missed the break point. Look, we'll watch the replay, and Charlie, you will have to apologise for your terrible analysis. Yeah, we'll watch it later. I mean, and then will you apologise? A written apology with a tea bag. I don't. What's your other forfeit on? Apologising, and what else are you going to do? It better be a proper grovel. You'll be a full-on grovel, not just a lame apologies. It's going to have to be a full-on. Good. Shame. That was funny. I locked up, and then a car couldn't turn, so he. I locked up, and then he didn't react to it. Then reacted to it, drove into the back of him, and then crashed the other cars. Genius move. Oh, now I'm gonna miss this corner because I'm laughing. Genius reverse winkle there. Absolute takedown. It's all because I locked up. See? Well played. I mean, he would have lost the insurance claim, not me. See, that was me taking him down. That was a takedown. Unintentional revenge. Hello, Haggard. Haggard 01. What happened to Haggard 0? You're like, oh no, the name Haggard is taken, and I love that name. I've used this name on all my accounts. Oh shit. But how can I still use the name? Do you know what? I'm going to put 01 next to it. Why not just 1? Why 01? Oh, because someone's already taken 1 as well. Oh dear. You really wanted to maintain. You really wanted to maintain that you are the number 1, but now there's ambiguity there because there's probably a Haggard 1 and a Haggard. What about someone that's called themselves Haggard A? Why is it important to be the number 1 Haggard? You can work out a lot from people's usernames. The psychology there. For me, I would have gone with a different name. I would have been like, right, Haggard's taken. Let's go with a different username. Oh, is it a furry thing? Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, go Haggard 69. Bloody furries. Ads. Hang on, now's a good time to slag off furries. Furries alright. They're minding their own business. They're not as bad as iRacers, let's be honest. Chat, give me 3 things worse than furries. You're not allowed to say Game of Muscle. Here we go. Three things worse than furries. Well, there you go. Done. That's it. Tyre models. Well, not to go into the boring politics again, but don't you think it's weird in America, they're like supporters of like both parties, like the really dedicated party supporters. It's same in everywhere, right? Don't you think that's really weird when someone makes their like entire identity one political party? Isn't that just like sad? Like, it doesn't matter what they are, like Republican, Democrat, Labour, Conservative. It's bloody weird. And then you see them at those like party conventions, dressed up in their like party's uniform, and it's like, what are you doing? Like, anybody that's not mental would be like, it's purely a pragmatic thing of going, yeah, this party's a bit shit, but with the options available, they generally represent my political views the most, or on these issues, you know, at least they're not doing this. But you would never be able to support the, like, it is mental. Like, even if we had a political party in the UK that represented my views, and I was like, oh, I support that party, I think that's one to go for, I just wouldn't be like, oh, I'm so proud I'm a member of the party. It's so lame. It's so lame. And also, ironically, looks very similar to when you have like dictators and stuff, and everyone waving their flags and shit. It's that old tribalist stuff. It's so lame. I know. I don't know. That's what people should be calling attention to. As I said, it's not even. It's apolitical. It's not even about one party or another. It's just making your identity a single political party. It doesn't even make sense because political parties are so broad anyway. In fact, the healthier the political party is, the more broad it would be. The more dictatorial and you know, the more sort of fascisty, dictatorial, anti-democratic a political party, the more directly aligned it would be with a simplistic set of views. It's so lame. I don't know why people don't call it out more. It's the lamest thing ever. I was watching, like...
Great job. You did really well.
Well, let's have a look at this evidence here. Well, we're watching all the politics in America, and I was watching the Democrat stuff, and they're all clapping, and they're like, "Ah, Democrats!" And then and they're all cheering it, and the Trump thing with the Hulk Hogan, they're like, "Oh yeah," with the crap music, and they can't even dance properly. And you're just like, oh, guys, you're so lame. You're so pathetic. Oh, dear. Yeah. It's just team supporting, isn't it? Dear. Also, right, if you're at a convention, that's not the people that need convincing. like, so a convention makes sense not as like a party, but you're like, oh, it's a logistical thing of, oh look, we have a political party. We're trying to achieve these political views. We're all in the same area. It's nice meeting like-minded people that share the same general goals. But it's more like a logistical thing. It's weird how it turns into like a pat on the back sort of vindication of an individual type event. If that, it's like, you don't need that. You do not need that. You should it's weird. People are weird. And then when maybe in private, fine, but then when they turn it into like a flag waving thing of like, oh, we're more popular than the other group of people. Oh, so the whole tribalism and team stuff and grouping of people grouping together are the dumbest thing ever. Individual people are fine. Persons are fine. As soon as you group people together, they turn into the dumbest idiots. Because they all have to compromise basic logical thought in order to maintain the cohesive group dynamic. Because they're too worried about being ostracised by their specific group. Oh, jeez, I hate people. That's why we're here sim racing, guys. Yeah, people getting a brand name for a tattoo. There's golf brands all over his leg. And a part of me, look, part of me wants to go, if they're happy and they're not doing any harm, fine. You know, there is a harmless aspect to it, like supporting a football team or whatever. But I don't know, I always found it repulsive. Like, even with, like, so I like Red Dwarf or Star Trek or music or something, right? Perfect example. I really like Stargate, Red Dwarf, Star Trek, science fiction. However, going to like a convention for one of those things, I just be like, oh god. it's like there's just a thing, it's just like, part of it is nice. You're like, oh, that's nice. It's people having fun. I'm happy for people to have fun. But then this whole other thing emerges. There's an additional thing that emerges as this sort of faux argument from popularity vindication that's separate to just the, oh, you know, it's a group of people that like a similar thing chatting. That's great. It's the thing that emerges after that. Yeah. Right, where's the... Oh, here we go. Here we go. Right, who was it that was in chat saying that we didn't leave him any room? He's missed a break point. Are you going to apologise? Hang on, where's the apology? Where's the apology? Come on, who was it who needs to grovel? Who was it that needs to grovel here? We're not even next to him at any point here. We're not even next to him. Where's the grovel? We are absolutely within our rights to be in this position. He's gone into the corner too hot. He's got space. He can make it. He's missed it. He's locked up going into the corner. Where's the apology? Come on. Come on. Where is it? Did they say they'd become a member? What was the grovel? This was... I did nothing wrong here. This guy's missed the break point. There's not even like there's not even overlap on the nose cones. We're perfectly fine to be here. There's no overlap at all. So he's free to do whatever he wants to do. He's just missed the corner. That was not my fault. Right, there you go. Well, I'm not seeing any grovelling in chat. Right, this was good though. Oh, we've got to see the kill before we go to the next race. This was good. He got took out by the car behind him that didn't react to the braking. Bonk. Oh, iRacing. Good old iRacing. Oh, I missed it. Oh, it's too slow, guys. Not enough time. Oh well. I thought we had another minute. Oh, we're not really farming. Well, we're farming voice chat. There's not been much voice chat though, to be honest. What's this production car challenge? 25 minutes. What's the fastest car out of all these? Are they all bopped? We could do the MX-5. Oh, the Toyota's got a higher top speed than the MX-5, hasn't it? Oh yeah, the GT. What a good point. I didn't notice that. But I mean, out of the GR86 faster than MX-5, surely. Maybe not cornering. The Clio Cup's going to be. Are these organised by pace? Is this fixed as well? Ah, it's open setup, so it's gonna be a bit of a shit show. But we could do it. Why not? It'll be fun. 50 cars registered. Yeah, let's do this. We'll do it in the MX-5. Well, the Clio's not really a race car, is it? Because it's front-wheel drive. I think we can all agree.
The pace car is out of control.
Spidloves, hello. We can all agree that front-wheel drive cars, unless they're BTCC, are not race cars, right? That's just a fact, right? Who would voluntarily choose to race a front-wheel drive car? It doesn't make sense. Probably. It's probably your subconscious, Spidlivs. Subconscious trying to save you from pain and suffering of watching this channel. Yeah, but even a Type R still has the same understeery. It's front wheel drive. It's not a real car. Nah, they're not real cars. They're front wheel drive. So unless you're talking 90s BTCC or something, they're not real cars. You know, who thinks it's a good idea to have the power from the wheels that you use to steer the car? It doesn't make any sense. You steer with the rear on the power. You can't do that with front wheel drive. The Solstice. Yeah, I used to drive that a lot, actually. Hello, Maverick Gaming. How's it going? Well, we need a hack setup for this. Yeah, it's not a race car, is it? If it's front wheel drive, it's just a fact. Like, you might try and argue it. You might be like, oh no, but you'll just be wrong. It's like, like tea's better than coffee, or I don't know. There's loads of things like that. Helicopters are better than aeroplanes. unfollow. I remember now. Okay, type helicopter or aeroplane in chat if you want to out yourself as being an idiot, because helicopters are obviously better. Yeah, a normal car for driving, doing your shopping, it doesn't matter, does it? Because you're not at the limit. Look, a helicopter is just an aeroplane with the wings rotating, so by default it's better. Planes.
Check your mirrors, mate.
Planes are better for transport, but helicopters are better for everything. I mean, can you land a plane on a hill? No. Yeah, if the engine breaks, a helicopter can still fly. You auto-rotate. This is a misconception. And also, you can land, if the engine breaks in a helicopter, you can still land in a smaller space. If you're in a jet plane, you have to be flying at like 150 miles an hour to stay in the air. Like minimum, like 100 miles an hour. So you have to land at 100 miles an hour if the engine turns off. Like, that's it, right? Whereas in a helicopter, if the engine turns off, you can still land on a 1 meter space. So the only reason why helicopters are more dangerous is because people tend to fly them closer to the ground and then they fly into the stuff. That's the problem, but not the actual mechanics of it. Well, actually, imagine if you had a plane, right? Your plane power turns off, and you're like, oh, there's nowhere to land safely. What if you designed it so that you push an emergency button and it causes the whole plane to rotate in a stable rotation, and then the wings would generate lift and the plane would go. But that could work. We might have just saved it. I mean, the plane would probably fall apart. But like, maybe that's possible. Maybe, I don't know how fast would a plane have to, hang on, if the other wing would have to be, you'd have to have lift from the back of the wing, but maybe you could probably design that. How fast would a plane have to rotate on its pivot point to stay airborne? Yeah, but look, not many people are travelling in Cessnas to go around the world, are they? Well, I don't know. It depends how fast it has to rotate. Right, here we go. It'll be right. Let's just Google this. Chat GPT will know. These are the kind of questions that you guys come to this channel for. No, I guarantee you, 100%, no other sim racing YouTube channel has ever had this conversation. So. That's probably for good reason, but let's not focus on that. Right. How fast would a plane need to rotate on its centre to stay airborne? Let's say it's a 737. Right. No, don't tell me. Right, here we go. For a Boeing 737 jet to remain airborne, it relies on lift generated by its wings due to forward motion through the air. If a plane were to rotate on its centre without any forward motion, this mechanism would not work because lift depends on airflow over the wings. However, if we assume you are asking about generating a centrifugal force that mimics lift by spinning the plane like a helicopter, yes, we are, ChatGPT. Good job. We can estimate the required angular speed. Right, it's put a lot of math in there, which is probably incorrect. 7 RPM. 7 revolutions per minute. That's not much. A 737, that's not right. This is just perfect conditions. No other aerodynamic effects. It's going to be more than that. It's going to be like 20, I'm telling you. 7 revolutions per minute. It's not that fast. That's not right. That's not. Come on. It can't. That just seems wrong. Because if you took one wing, it's yeah. I mean, this does say it's not counting for like the. I mean, you've got the whole body of the aeroplane. I think it's got to be at least 20. I would say, if I had to design a 737 to rotate. Yeah, exactly. 7 RPM's well slow. If you think like a CD, a CD, they were 52 times. That's 52. That's 52 RPM, wasn't it? that's how CDs were. I mean, first, do you remember there were 16x, and then they went up to 30. No, what was it? Hang on, CD. Yeah, look, speed multiplier. Oh, it's the data transfer rate. But I thought it was to do with rotation. I've been lied to all this time. I'm sure the faster CDs, they rotated faster as well. God damn it. Apparently CDs were spinning at 500 RPM on the inner edge and 200 RPM on the outer edge. Yeah, exactly. If you opened a PlayStation 1 when it was switched on, the disc would come out and decapitate you. Scooby, you don't need to type per minute after typing 8 RPM because the RPM stands for revolution per minute. So are you actually trying to say 8 revolutions per minute? In which case, that's very confusing. What was the X then? 2x. Right, hang on. The X at 1x, the rotational speed of a CD is variable due to the consistent. Yeah, but what did the X? X corresponds to the data transfer rate. These. Hang on. What did the X stand for on 90s CDs?
What are you doing, mate?
Ah, no, it was! It was faster! It was! At 1x, the rotational speed ranged from 200 to 500 RPM. For a 16x drive, it was 3,000 to 7,500 RPM. It was! We've been vindicated! It was faster! Yes! I'm sure it was, because we were like, when you bought new CD drives, they made more noise. I was sure of it. Was the right speed down to the rotational speed? I mean, obviously you've got to process it. Yeah. The right speed of a CD is heavily influenced by the rotation. I was right. I thought it's all right. My worldview's been restored. I think 52 was the maximum counter debate. Right. But they would just fall apart after a certain speed. That 52x was the limit. At 52x, the CD's rotational speed of the outer edge exceeds 10,000 RPM. The centrifugal force at this speed puts stress on the disc. Yeah. Catadebate just outed himself as not having a 52x drive. What a peasant. That doesn't surprise me. Imagine never having a 52x CD drive, guys. What a loser. Use multiple lasers. That's not the same. That's cheating. Yeah, that does seem weird to me. That the yeah, no, I don't. I think it means. Yeah, I know what you're saying. The speed, basically the revolution should be the same, but the relative speed of the outside will be faster than the inside. But yeah, so so if you were to put a dot on the inside of a CD and the outside, both dots will complete a circle at the same time. However, the relative speed of the outside dot relative to something external, it will have had to have travelled faster because it's covering more distance to get around to the same place at the same time. Yeah, the RPM's the same. Yeah, there's some confusion on that. Exactly. And the larger you make something, the more stress is going to be put on the faster the outside of the thing is going to be moving. So I think with the aeroplane example, the thing is the wingspan is really quite long. So actually the outer part of the wing would be travelling at very high speed, even at 7 RPM. The real question is, if a plane, let's do it with the 747. If a 747 plane's wing was a CD surface and it was rotating at 52x, how much data could be read from the plane's wing, assuming it worked like a CD-ROM? This is burning down trees to get answers to these important questions. This is the big oh no, the world is with global warming. How did it happen? Well, there was this one guy asking the most stupid questions. Right, to calculate the effective storage area of a 747 wing compared to the area of a CD, a CD has a data area of 0.011 square meters. Wing to CD area ratio, a wing has 46,300 times the area of a CD. Wing capacity is 32.5 terabytes. Not bad. So, in conclusion, if a Boeing 747's wing could function like a CD-ROM surface, it could theoretically store 32 terabytes of data at a read speed of 52x. It would take around 48 days to read the entire wing's worth of data. I didn't even ask it that. I didn't say how long would it take to read the plane wing. But I guess that has given us a speed. I guess it has kind of answered the question. 48 days to read a 747 CD wing. Still impressive. It's probably wrong as well. That's what's funny. But I like to believe it was correct. So that's fine. I need a setup here. There we go. We've got Tom Bland set up. We've got fuel here. How much fuel do we need for this? And where is the fuel level? Why is it in gallons? American. Oh yeah, we're alright. That works. We'll just use this. So we'll do quali. Yeah, it would have taken like someone that's. Is the track wet? Why is my camera so high? I know it's dry. It's just, is it moist? How can you tell the road surface? What does it say? Oh, lightly wet. Well, that's dry tyre then, presumably.
dry tyre.
Ah, wrong one. Okay, maybe we want the wet tyre. The track's wet, slightly wet. It's bloody waterlogged. I mean, it's a road tyre. It should be fine. The way that this game is in the wet is insane, guys. These are not slicks, are they? Maybe they are. Even so. I mean, that doesn't look lightly wet either. That looks waterlogged. Lightly wet. Track has more spray than if you were to drive across the channel.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
I know. Well, no one should ever listen to sim racers. They're the worst. Like, if any, like, disaster or anything happens in the world, the last people that you would ask for, any feedback or view on are sim racers. Like, you would go to the furries before you go to the sim racers. You'd have to be like, why would you ask a sim racer for anything? What do you do? Oh, I enjoy monotonously driving around race circuits in video games for hours on end whilst being shouted abuse at. Oh wow, you sound like a well-adjusted person. I will come to you for design. Okay, fair enough, Fabian. I'll let them off. I mean, the track doesn't look lightly wet, does it, though? I'd imagine slicks would be horrendous on a track this wet.
Green flag, green flag. Okay, here comes your third time lap.
I think the Formula Rim was ideal for this. Great choice. I think this race is going to go fantastic. Can you believe that in America that people were saying that they thought the Florida tornadoes were man-made? Also, yeah, oh dear.
The pace car is out of control.
Rafarata 6, thanks for following.
One more lap.
I guess that's true, Turd. Yeah, not how they meant it, but yeah, that is true. Whoa, grass line. Schmidt flick there. I'd just make one very big one, Haggard. You're gonna play the Half-Life 2 Anniversary Edition? Yeah, no, I was tempted actually. I saw that. Yeah, guys, if you don't know, if you don't have Half-Life 2 somehow, it's free on Steam, and they've basically put the expansion packs and everything in the same thing. And there's a developer commentary I think added to everything, which is good. Yeah, I enjoy Half-Life 2. It's one of the only... I mean, I prefer Half-Life 1, but Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2 are the only games that I've completed more than twice. Oh. Right. Put some fuel in here. 25-minute race. 27 litres is going to be enough, isn't it? Let's put 31 in. Just to be safe. Pretty sure that's fine. It's normally like a litre a lap. Well, probably less actually. In fact, it will be less. But it's not going to make a difference. We could do 27. Yeah. They've got the weather pretty... The first Super Mario. Oh yeah, I had Super Mario All Stars on the SNES, on the Super Nintendo. I played that quite a bit. I only completed that like twice though, I think. Donkey Kong as well.
One to go. Next time by. Line up on the right side. The estimated strength of field is 2,772. Pit road is closed
Hang on.
right now. Let's go points racing.
Still lightly wet. Okay. Thought I'd check. Well, good pit crew. They like took the car to the track, then took it back to pit, and then brought it back to the track all in 10 seconds.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
Not with my graphics settings.
Catch start 25 car.
I guess we'll find out.
Catch start 20 car. Catch start 24 car. Catch start 5 car. Catch start 11 car. Catch start 2 car.
Good luck, all.
Get ready.
Good luck, all.
Going green.
Are you... iRacers are so bad.
Green flag. Green flag.
Just flat out rams me before the race even starts. What is he doing? And he's crashed.
Go left.
What is he doing? Like, What an idiot. Why- How can you be that bad? Where's he going? I think stream should be fine. OBS is fine. Not dropping any frames. I mean, there's an annoying British guy driving. That's pretty normal. That's how these streams normally work.
You got a slow car on the left. Go right.
Oh dear. I mean, this is good. Nice conditions, actually. A good amount of rain with the wet tyres in the MX-5. The light rain track is more like a saturated track. This would be heavy rain, really. Like this is probably not speed lives unless people crash. It's a good car track combo. Well, obviously the racing line is slippier in some ways, but obviously racing line's a better line through the corner, so it depends.
Slow car ahead.
I do like
Car on your left.
the spray effect in iRacing is quite nice.
Clear on the left.
I mean, the wheel spray, it's one of the nicer wheel. Do you see, like that spray effect's awesome. They absolutely nailed that.
Right side. Still there. Keep to the left. You got a slow car on the right. Clear. Right side. Clear on the right.
Come on, Pablo.
Yeah, they've done a great job of capturing British summer here.
We can fight, but keep it clean. Okay, so sorry. Yeah.
Oh, this guy's a right wall.
Got a slow car on the right. Car stops on the right. Go left. Left side. Still there, hold your line. Still there, hold your line. Clear.
Fair play to him. No, good defending. Not sure that he needs to defend. I don't know how it works for positions, but. Yeah, it's good driving by him.
Faster car coming up quick.
Hello, fast boy. Really do. We're getting some draft.
Car stops on the right. The leader's gone off. Faster traffic approaching. The next car's the leader.
Scatman John as the spotter. Yeah, the wet tyre drives much better in iRacing because it's less peaky.
Pablo, you are such a dirty driver. You are such a dirty driver. There was no chance for you for overtaking. I can't understand you, really. You are so quick, but you are so dirty.
It sounds like that Ali G character. What's his name? The gay techno German. You are such a dirty driver. And you have driven right into my bottom.
Every race I see you, Pablo, you destroy the race of someone else. That's absolutely not okay. Absolutely not okay.
So good. What's the Ali G character? What's he called? The Ali G character. Bruno, yeah. Oh my god. So good. You're such a dirty driver. Und you have put your schnitzel. Where you put your schnitzel? Absolutely not okay. Oh, it's amazing. He's so calm about it as well. He's so collected about his anger. Ah, so good. Oh, amazing. I want to crash into him and
Go for it, Jonathan.
I want to have him complain at me. Und you have been a very naughty boy. Your P1X Pro, you have a question is iRacing what? What was the question?
Cheers, man.
Is iRacing worth it? It depends. I can see one of the only sims where you'll always get racing every hour. But if you're going to play iRacing, if you're going to get into iRacing, basically it'll cost about £350 a year. I mean, I guess there's Black Friday soon, so you could, yeah, you could just get a year subscription to iRacing using my affiliate link. It's going to take you about 5 hours to put the P1X Pro together. So, enjoy. SimLab are awesome, though. Oh, is it already? Oh, there you go. Just buy a subscription.
Sorry, Daniel. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if your goal is like what realistic car handling, then AC, R Factor 2, that sort of stuff is a lot better. But if you want to do online racing with lots of races and voice chat, then iRacing is really active. And then Evo should come out 17th of January. So I think Evo will be a nice balance between. I think from playing it at Sim Racing Expo, it seemed very easy to drive and got some depth there. It's not going to be totally bare bones. I think they've said they're going to have a few tracks and at least 17 cars, I think. Yeah, voice chat's good in this. Yeah, just the thing with Sims is to just have. I would have a bunch of Sims. Most games are not developed to this extent. Yeah, iRacing is not that developed. Let's be honest. iRacing is very similar to how it was when it first came out. Like fundamentally, it's still got exactly the same physics stuff. Yeah, but so the tyres still have exactly the same physics issues that the original version had. Like, it still drives exactly the same, basically, for most players. It's the same thing. It's a bit of a cop-out. I mean, they have worked on it, don't get me wrong, but the work that Kunos put on AC to ACC to Evo is way more than what you could say with iRacing, and even with other stuff. So I don't think it's, you know, they have kept it going. There's lots of content in it, but well, yeah, but I don't think it's a fair point, because if everybody is effectively paying the price of a full game every 3 months, you would argue then surely it would. I mean, obviously it doesn't work like this, but if you had to spend £50 every 6 months on a game, if you're going to make that comparison, you'd be like, well, surely it would need £50 worth of development on it, like the equivalent of a new game every 6 months, right? If you're talking for development to price. So, but yeah, I mean, it is a service. They do keep doing stuff to it, but I think all the developers do that, and then they use different ways of selling their games. But yeah, the reason to pay for iRacing is it's got the rating system, and it's quite fun making numbers go higher. You've got races every hour in at least 3 or 4 cars, and if you're so a big problem for other simulators, if you're someone that's within like a second of track pace, you're not going to find races with people. Whereas in iRacing, if it's GT3, F4, F3, Super Formula, you know, there's a bunch of stuff. Drivers that are within a second of track pace will pretty much always be able to find a race in those cars. So it doesn't really matter that the cars don't drive like cars. They do under the limit, but not over the limit. But you know, at least you're sort of racing with sim racing equipment and doing general driving stuff. You know, you're moving a physics object with pedals and a steering wheel. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you're someone that can afford a direct drive wheel and a T-slot sim rig, then you might as well have like a basic iRacing account and AC and LMU and whatever, you know. Why wouldn't you? Like, you've gone... It's like if you do flight sims, you might as well play X-Plane 11, DCS and Flight Sim. Yeah, well, I thought they would, fast boy. Like, I told, because it's not a Kunos thing. I hate being right. At least they've got good people working on it though, so we'll see. Probably quite a few more, Lorenzo, because you're having to actually push against stuff.
Car 5 is up the front. Keep to the right. Clear on the left. Car on your left. Still there.
He's going to wreck me.
Still there.
You can't rejoin the track, mate. I'm going to hold my line on the track, and you can rejoin into me, but that's your fault. That you can't. I'm gonna hold my line.
Come on, James West, just here.
Oh, he's a German guy. No, you can't overtake off the track. I'm sorry. I'm gonna hold my line if you overtake off the track, and you can't rejoin back into a car. Sorry.
Pavel, you are idiot. Seriously, why are you driving on the inside in that? Why don't you wait on the fucking straight, you idiot?
Car on. Clear on the right.
That was a reactive block.
Come on, James, that's not okay. Come on.
Yeah, sorry. That was a bit slow. That defensive move. Sorry.
Left side.
That was a reactive block. He was correct to be upset with that. I should have been on the inside sooner. His car's way faster than mine, though. Maybe we have damage from the guy that wrecked us at the start. Absolutely not okay. Oh, he's pretty funny. Yeah, I think we need a better setup. Or something. It's quite possible that he got quite a bit of damage from the guy that rammed us at the start, because he did hit us really hard. Still 6 minutes to go here. He rammed us well hard. My rear's falling off because we were rammed so hard. Marcus likes to complain, doesn't he? That's pretty funny. Absolutely not okay.
1.1 seconds.
We can probably be a bit more aggressive on brakes, but I just don't trust the car to slow down. What's the blue flag for? Oh. Because the GT4 car, he's trapped.
On the right, 3 wide. Hold your line. Left side, 2 wide.
Thank you.
Still there, hold your line. Keep to the right.
I was trying to use the GT4 car to shield me from the other MX-5. Almost worked.
Left side. Still there, hold your line. Still there, hold your line. Stay on the right. Clear, left side. Still there, hold your line. Still there.
I knew he was going to do that. He just kept driving into me. He just kept driving into, like I'm allowed to squeeze him. He just kept turning into me. But like, and then when we basically get away from him, he's then just starts pit manoeuvring us. I wonder how much of it's netcode and bouncing off. Did he get DQ'd? I win! Winner! Yes! Take that! The marshals are on my side. How many, hang on, how many am I on? I'm only on 7X. F1 driving, I beat him with the points. Was it the guy that rear-ended us at the very beginning? Wow, he deserved it. I did everyone a favour. Well, good takedown. We'll watch a replay of it. I think I left space and I think he just kept turning into us when he'd already basically lost the position. I'm sure there's a bit of netcode in the bumping, but
1.035. White flag this time.
yeah. Well, we'll see. That's nice, the water streak going up the windscreen.
What was that?
Faster traffic approaching.
What was that? What the dog do? What the dog do?
Car on your left.
Come on, overtake!
Keep to the right. Clear.
What?
Still there.
Come on, overtake. What is going on in the chat in this?
Still there. Clear on the left.
Hang on, those are the. How come those Toyotas are super quick and maybe they? So the Toyotas, if they get a tiny bit of damage, they go well slow. Oh no, it was a GT4 and then the Toyota followed himself through. That makes sense. So am I racing against the Toyota? The Toyota? Are they in the same class? Oh. No, but why? So why? Oh, okay, it's weird. It's really weird. The pace of the Toyotas. It seems to be that
Traffic approaching.
if the Toyota gets a tiny bit of damage, it's absolutely screwed compared to the MX-5.
3. Car
Oh, yes!
Slow car ahead. Left side.
Thank you.
Clear.
I don't blame him. It was a nice try. Oh, glorious 7th! Yes! Oh, no, 6th.
Second flag.
6-6. 6 weird.
Good race, guys.
6th place. The old 6-6. We need another 6 and then the devil comes out of the ground. Right. Let's have a look at the action here. That was alright actually. It was quite enjoyable. Yeah, I mean look at the back of our car from the start. It was meant to be with this. Didn't quite. It doesn't sound as good without the echo. Right, where was it? Where was it? Oh, here we go. Right. It was the guy that wrecked us at the beginning. Okay, here we go. Let's see how guilty we were. Right, he royally messes that up. That's all fine. Okay, that's me squeezing him a bit, but fair enough. You know, just racing. So already, that would have been a pit maneuver from him. So he's left the track, right? In this situation here, I do not need to move out of the way. He's the one that's left the track and put himself in a situation, right? This is his fault. You can't drive off the track here and then turn to the right. But there's a car there. This guy here is driving. Like this is so hard for iRacers to grasp. A lot of iRacers struggle with this. This car is driving. Now he's not left the track fully, but it doesn't matter. You're not allowed to turn into a car. So if you were to do this, if you were to do this on any other part of the track, it would be this car driving into this car. But what happens is this car thinks, oh, the track's disappearing because I've got 2 wheels on the curb. Oh, I should be able to go to the right because this car needs limit space. So if this car doesn't move over in iRacing, this car punts this car, and this car thinks they were in the right because they think this car should have moved over. But in reality, this car should actually stay exactly where they are so that this car has to slow down because they're running out of track. And if they drive into this car should be penalised for driving into this car. But, you know, they will just drive into the car on the track. It happens all the time. We've got a bit of a few netcode bumps there. That's fine. Oh, I mean, you could say that we've come across him there. But then you go, well, he's turning right when it's when we, you know. I think it's a good takedown. It was a good takedown. He got DQ. Yeah, I mean, you can blame us there for turning across to the right for the corner. Well, we're understeering a bit. We're coming out of the corner. He has plenty of space. We're actually turning. We're going to the right there. He has plenty of space. He's turning right as well, so. Now, keep in mind this guy rammed us at the start of the race. And then it's like netcode and with the contacts. No, it was all great because look, this is what happened at the beginning. It's all fine. If this is what happens in the warm up, then everything's justified. Like, he's already wrecked our car. This is in the. It's not even green light. This is the pace car. What is he doing? So, I'm sorry, he deserved the DQ. We won, that's all that matters. Why is he doing that in the wet? Like, what is he doing? Is he trying to warm up his tyres or something? Oh yeah, looks like a mistake. Okay, fine. Right, maybe it's laggy. Okay, now what happens here? I mean, he's driving as if iRacing doesn't have severe netcode issues. His driving's not really that bad, to be honest. If iRacing didn't have mental collision, mental damage, mental tyres, it would be totally fine what he's doing. But in iRacing land, it's you know. See, this is the thing with the rain. You have to learn the hot lap line in the rain. That's how it works in real life. It's not a dynamic track. It's look at that. Look at the wheel lifted off the ground. No, it's never about driving from feel. It's always about pre-learning every single condition exactly spot on. That's obviously how it works. What you need to do with iRacing and many sims, not just iRacing, you just go, you load up Alton Park and you do like 2 hours of hot lapping in like increments of the weather. Is rain actually different? Yeah, they do have like different patches of water and puddles and stuff. Yeah, it is dynamic to drive on, but the problem that you get with sims with rain and stuff is that ultimately the track is gonna generally build up rain in a similar way, because if it didn't, it would be mental. So it's going to be like, well, there's a dip, there's this side of the track, this bit's normally wetter, this bit's normally drier, this is the racing line. It's normally going to be fairly consistent because a sim has a limit to how much depth it can have just out of the logistics of executing it. So what ends up happening is, though the idea is, oh, it's a wet track, a dry track and a transition, and so that's more dynamic, you might think, on the face of it, you go, oh, that's more interesting because you'd have to drive by feel and work it out as you go. But the reality is, you just end up rewarding people that load up quali with 20% wet track, do 4 hours. 40% wet track, do 4 hours. 60% wet track, do 4 hours. And then they just memorize racing lines for like specific parts. So all you've done is not add enough depth and complexity to get rid of the fundamental problem of just being able to rote memorize, but you've just basically added in more of a like 5 times more work for people to memorize, to rote memorize the conditions. That's why it doesn't really, rain and wet weather and dynamic tracks in sims don't really quite work that well. Just because the repetitive nature of how you can approach racing sims. And then in real life, even outside of rain, tracks are just way more dynamic. Like the general behaviours of the vehicles and the tyres on the road surface, and like, I don't know, maybe maybe the weekend before the specific race you're doing, there might have been some incident somewhere. There might have been oil cleanup or something or whatever. There's just like way more variables that are going to force a driver is ultimately... There's still going to be a load of rote memorization, but a driver's going to be going by feel. It's just an easier way to drive, I'd imagine. Like, you're going to have to feel what the car's doing, right? But then again, I guess a lot of drivers do just drive by rote process. Like, it's always going to be a dominant thing. Yeah, look. This guy here... Right, here's another... This is an even better example. This car has left the track. This car has left the track. This is a 1X as well. And he's now going to rejoin into my car. The iRacers can't help themselves. And to be honest, this should be a 1 week ban. This is intentional wrecking. But the reason why it works is that iRacing never enforced this, and most people, because of the contacts causing a wreck and it just being worse for you, they will just move out the way. So it's become normalised that you can do an overtake by leaving the track, and with the assumption that the car will move over, which then encourages people to do this more. Fast boy, it doesn't matter if he fully left the track or not. So even if he was on the track, think of it this way, the corners are irrelevant. You're not in a race allowed to drive into another car. You're not allowed to take action to drive into another car. If the other car is holding a consistent line, like the relative to the track positioning, so for example, let's say it's a bit, let's do it on a straight to make it simple. If this car is holding the same relative position to the edges of the track, and this car turns into that car, it would be the fault of the car that is deviated from the path they're taking, driving into the car that's holding their line, right? Like you can't drive onto a bit of track that's disappearing because the curbing disappears, and then demand that the car to the right needs to move out of your way, because it's literally the antithesis of race driving. The whole point of race driving is that you would be using the fact, this car would be using the fact that the track is running out despite them holding their line. No, the only way to... Well, it's the only way to avoid a crash, because iRacing don't enforce it, and it's become normalised, so... But that's fine, but that's like saying the only way to avoid a crash is to not race. Well, it's great, then you're not racing. Spud lives, it doesn't matter, does it? I'm just saying what's the case. So... You're not racing, are you? Yeah, it's like the problem is that you're basically, not you, but like the solution is to not race, which is the opposite of what you'd want from a racing game. That's the issue. So it's really weird that iRacers or a lot like people defend it, and it's like, well, actually, surely you want racing, right? That's why you're playing a racing game. This guy was really annoyed with this. No, I don't think it's to do with being hardcore racing. I think it's just that's fun racing. Like if I'm this car, what's more fun is I'm trying to overtake round the outside and I've gone off the track, but this car's still here. Oh, I didn't get the pass in, so now I've had to lift and I'm going to have to do another overtake somewhere else. That's more fun than just driving around off the track, right? So it's more fun for this guy, for him to actually go, oh, I didn't make it, I've had to lift off, and now I'm going to overtake somewhere else. That's actually more fun for this car. That's the irony. Like, good racing is fun for everyone. Like, you might not win, you might not be the winning car at that point in time, you might have lost that overtake, but it's more fun to have the challenge of overtaking legitimately. That's why you have the rules. The rules of motorsport are generally, well, if you were designing a race for fun, which is the whole point of it, you would design it around what is going to produce the most interesting and gameplay, right? Even in real motorsport. That's why the rules are decided. That's why there's like, generally speaking, that's what you normally aim for. Are we doing another? We might do. If you turn side by side or with overlap and you use a bit of curbing without leaving the track and the track runs out. No, but it's not a track design mistake. When is the next one? It's a good... Right, the track design mistake here is having any runoff at all. This should all be grass. But the reason they do this is to stop cars spinning, I think, on lap 1 and then there been a huge crash. Okay, we'll join the next one. Because like, if this was just pure grass rather than a slow thing, you would get cars that would go a little bit wider. They'd lose traction and then they'd spin into the whole field. So that's why they put this here. But then that opens this up to be exploited. How dare you say that Alton Park isn't a perfect track? Oh no, iRacing's disconnected. What's going on here? Well, we're not going to make the next race because iRacing's disconnected. Has iRacing servers gone down? Shadow banned for driving totally normally. Oh dear. Oh, I see. That's random, isn't it? Maybe I don't know how we'd be banned because we haven't done anything wrong, but it'd be pretty funny if we were. Yeah, you gotta get the mechanical keyboard. Okay, I've registered. We're back in. It's weird that it logged us out. Don't know why it did that. I'm in. Right, I'll be back in a second. I need to get something to eat quickly. If you read the last developer post by iRacing, their new shader adjustments should make the game look less yellow. And yeah, just read the last development blog post. The kind of stuff that you'd get from Reshade. I just can't be bothered with Reshade on games though. like the way colours work in games, and like in how it works in your brain, if that's what you're looking at, you will just get used to it. Like your brain will normalise what you're looking at. So I think what happens is people play another game that has maybe a certain tone to it, maybe it's more blue, maybe it's more whatever, and then they go to another game that's more yellow and they're like, oh, I got used to how it was in the other one and I don't like how it is in this one. And it's like, well, just play the other one longer. It'll be fine, honestly. Like, of stuff that just can't be bothered to mess around with, that is one of them. Same with, like, I mean, Flight Sim, they fixed it in the end, but that really did not look the right colours. But it's like, oh, just play it, who cares? I just can't be bothered. Yeah, just have some drink, you'll be fine. Hang on, is the track still wet? Is it the same every time? Or is that a dry track? I can't tell. I can't tell if that's wet or dry. Always the same tracks. I've got some food. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what sim devs can really do to mirror that real world thing of the variation that you have in a real track. 'Cause the problem is, the key component of real world driving is that people just don't have as much time at the racetrack. So they just don't have enough time to rote memorise in the same way. Like, I think go-kart tracks people often do, because they can keep going to the local go-kart track and turn so many laps. And I think go-kart tracks are a little bit more stable because it's only go-karts driving on them. And, you know, they're not going to like spontaneously leak oil all over a corner. So I don't know what you can really do with Sims. Have maybe a hardcore mode where you can only play the track a certain amount of time? I don't know. I don't know what you do. Alright, get my food. Be back in a second. We'll just start at the back. I think it'll be more fun. This is microwave. This is Lidl's protein meal. Reduced price. being lazy. How's everyone doing now? Not sure why you guys are watching this on a Saturday. I have an excuse. I'm getting paid for this. You guys aren't getting paid to watch. You are paying to watch, both figuratively and literally. You're paying subscriberships, and you're getting adverts for products that you never want, and you're psychologically paying. Oh, fair enough. Streams a good background noise whilst doing something else. You get depression and voices in your head. How mad is that, right? If you have schizophrenia and you hear voices, but if you think about it, right, that's crazy. But if you think about it, every time you have a dream, you are basically undergoing schizophrenia. Like you are having conversations with people in your dream, but all those people are in your head. They're all a brain simulation of reality. So it's kind of weird that you're like, oh, that's kind of creepy. People with like schizophrenia is pretty creepy. Oh, but every night you go through like a full on like believing that stuff's happening that isn't happening every night. How crazy is that? Obviously, there's different degrees of schizophrenia. It's not that simple, but you know. Just weird that. Imagine if you like just started dreaming randomly in the middle of the day. Yeah, exactly. I've had conversations in my dream, like I've had lucid dreams, and I've said, and in the conversation in the dream I've gone, oh, why how come I don't know what you're gonna say when you're my brain? So I've had that conversation. I think I woke up. I think I broke the dream. You try and do that. If you have a lucid dream, try and question people in your dreams that that they're you. Well, daydream is not really the same, is it? UK West in the house, hands up in the air. Joe Edwards. Daydream is more like meditating, I think. The worst thing I find is, have you guys ever taken melatonin to sleep? Whenever I've taken that, I will have a melatonin, I'll go to sleep and I'll wake up and 10 hours have passed. And I don't even remember anything. It's crazy. I don't even feel like I slept. I'd just be like, oh, well that happened. That's kind of scary. That helps, doesn't it, Uhtred? Should we use the baseline setup this time and see what it's like? It is microwave food, yeah.
One to go. Next time by. Line up on the right side. The estimated strength of field is 2,100.
It's just rice and chicken though with some
Pit road
curry.
is closed.
Could make this
Keep it
myself
clean.
actually.
DNF today would hurt our points a lot.
I need to do more food prepping. We should do a food prep live stream.
Good luck, everyone. Good luck.
Siamo udачи, аккуратней.
Catch start 30. Car. Catch start 1.
Bonne chance tout le monde!
Car. Catch start 20. Car. Catch start 18. Car. Catch start 14. Car.
Kitchen muscle.
Catch start 2. Car.
Here we go, last to first challenge.
Car. Catch start 27. Car. Catch start 12. Car. Get ready. Going green. Catch start 25. Car. Green, green, green.
Oh. Well, that wasn't a very good start. At least we know where it starts now.
Car on your left. Clear.
It's sunnier though this time.
Left side. Clear. Right side.
Oh, I'm understeering. There's a big puddle there. Oops. Yeah, that's what we were saying. Lucid dreaming is when you're aware that you're dreaming. I've had lucid dreams about force feedback, and the worst thing is, so I've felt the best possible force feedback through a steering wheel. Like, basically, it was realistic. Like, it was the best possible force feedback that you could feel through a consumer force feedback wheel. It wasn't like fantasy. It was like an absolute accurate recreation of what you would expect to be the maximum amount of force feedback fidelity and detail and design and whatever you could get through a steering wheel. Like, it wasn't like it was stupid or unrealistic. It was grounded in what you'd expect would be possible. And I felt it in a dream, and I remember what it's like. So now I now know what the benchmark is.
Car on your left. Still there.
No, it wasn't like AC really. It was way better. Just you could just feel exactly where the tyres were at.
You're in the top 10.
Way more detailed than AC1.
Right side.
What on earth?
Keep to the left.
Is that a GT4 car?
Still there. Hold your line.
Yeah.
You're on the right.
Bloody hell. Why am I not getting a blue flag? Oh, because we're on the same lap.
Clear.
You'd have thought iRacing would give you a blue flag for that. The one time where blue flags are actually useful. Bloody hell. See, one thing I think is a lot of people struggle to imagine stuff that isn't something they've already experienced as well. Like, so they can imagine the things that they've already experienced that were better in one thing but worse in another thing, and they go, oh, well, it'd be good if all the best things were put together. But I think generally a lot of people just struggle to hypothetically come up with something they've never experienced before and be like, okay, you know, like an actual new thing. I think a lot of people just struggle with that. It's with anything. It's like the old if you ask someone to come up with a fictional animal as like an artist, I mean, I'm not saying it's easy, it's a hard thing to do, but normally a lot of people, like, you look at a lot of fantasy art, it's like, oh, it's a horse with a goat's body. It's a man with a swan's body. It's like, okay, that's not that creative, nice try. Whereas like a better artist will be like, oh, if a person had wings, what type of shoulder blades would they need, and how would their body structure have to differ? So they'd have to be small. They would need like really big shoulder blades. What kind of food would they then have to eat to sustain those kind of energy levels? So, and you know what I mean? What kind of muscularity would they have? So, and then that's what a decent artist would do, is they would go through this like elaborate process of going, all right, if we're to try and achieve this end result, how does everything else fall into position? Yeah, no, it's still going to be a variation, but the point I'm making is it's the degree of the variation, as opposed to someone just sticking together two very obvious things. It's actually coming up with something new because you've gone into a lot more depth, if that makes sense. So the analogy with the force feedback would be, some people would go, oh, I really like AMS2 force feedback here, I really like R Factor 2 force feedback here, and I really like AC and iRacing force feedback here. Well, let's just stick those best bits together, as opposed to someone going, right, let's look at which aspects of force feedback are relevant, what gives the information, what are the limitations, and what kind of processes can you go through to get the most out of it.
Don't let us fight, we are different classes.
Oh, he's back!
Let me stay in front then. I don't want to be slowed down by you.
Oh, you're so slow. This guy's the best.
Yeah, we both lose a lot of time with that.
Ah, Marcus. I want
Guys, pit for dries.
I want Marcus as my spotter in life. He's...
What are you doing? Are you retarded? What the fuck was that, you fucking piece of shit?
Oh, iRacing. You don't get this in any other sim. Oh, so good. By the way, guys, I'd like to apologise for the R word there, but don't blame me. I find this game's so offensive, guys. Can't believe that the game's so ableist. Jeez. Oh. Okay. Bit of a jam there.
Jesus Christ, guys, come on.
Oh, Edward. Edward Brewers. You sound like someone that watches that stupid, bold, idiot YouTuber channel.
Down as well for that, fucking hell.
Edward the Brew. Restarted, yeah. It's funny how you can say, are you slow? Are you an idiot? Are you could say dumb. Dumb's alright. Dumb's okay. But the R word now, no, that's you could say, oh, you're in fact, if you called someone special, which I think is even more directly related to like educational needs, like it's, you know, special education, people would be like, oh, that's creative use of language. But if you say the R word, because arbitrarily, culturally latched onto that as being the offensive one, it's so stupid how arbitrary language is. Yeah, it's been that word selectively, which has only made it more powerful. Because I'm sure they would have gone to another word. It's so arbitrary and so simplistic. And to be honest, as I've established before, as someone who went through, I had special needs education. I am certifiably dyslexic. Like a psychologist, as a child, said to me, they went, James, you are actually dumb. you need some special education. So I'm under the rules of comedy, modern comedy, where you're only allowed to talk about things directly related to yourself. I think I should have a pass, to be honest, if that's how that works. As someone that's directly experienced it. So that's how the modern world works, apparently. British childhood is well hard. I mean, think how much tea you have to consume.
The car in C1 just set the fastest lap, 56.364.
Don't think you can on YouTube.
New fastest lap for you.
I've been working on my special degree. I even got a laptop from the government, so that's how you know it's legit. If you got a free laptop, then you pass the threshold. That's it, the laptop threshold. Well, that's not how. Yeah, no, let's not get into modern monetary theory again. I mean, if you give children that have learning difficulties a laptop, right? Here we go. Modern monetary theory, lecture number 2. If you give children with learning disabilities a tool that allows them to negate their learning disability so they can be more productive, i.e. you've invested in them, that laptop has not cost any tax money, has it? It's actually a benefit. So the paying tax is irrelevant. Again, another perfect example of how tax does not pay for things. The tax is merely a way, a economic control for a government to remove or redirect liquidity within a marketplace. If you're in an economy that can with a fiat currency. There you go. This, I think we could be like the only sim racing channel that eschews the values of modern monetary theory. This seems like a very inefficient way of promoting modern monetary theory. I doubt many sim racers are that interested in economics, but we're here. We're here for those that are. No. Modern monetary theory would apply to Russia as well, as they have their own currency. It's not a Russian thing. It's just money.
I was going to give you a bump.
Ah. I was reading my chat room. I just saw a pink car appearing whilst I was reading my chat. Oh, we're in 4th place. We're in 4th, you're in 5th. How's that happened?
What are you doing, you fucking idiot?
Merrick!
Just skill, mate. Just skill.
Sounds like you're having fun, Merrick. just imagine, right, imagine having a real job, a normal, like a real job that you hate, because you're actually productive for society, and you're like doing your work, you've probably got family as well, right? Imagine doing that, and then you load up iRacing and just shout on voice chat because you're really angry at people being predictably stupid. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, do live streaming, do what Matt Malone does, or what I do, where you're like, at least we're like getting something from it. At least we're laughing at it. Like, why on earth, if you have a real job, would you waste your spare free time on iRacing voluntarily? It's insane. I'm not talking about people that enjoy it directly. That's fine. That makes sense. Oh no! Oh!
Sick drift, mate. Sick drift.
You put a banana there. Yeah, if you enjoy it, fine. That makes sense. Like, if you genuinely enjoy iRacing, good on you. Do whatever you want to do. But like, it's the people in it that are clearly not having fun at all. Or maybe they are. Maybe they're just venting. Hashtag skill issue. Not even sure what happened there. I think maybe we just turned a bit too hard. Yeah, 2 mile per hour too fast with 1 degree too much slip. Illegal. Illegal physics detected. Overdriving detected. Ah! Illegal. Slip angle. Illegal. There's in iRacing's physics code, there's a line called illegal slip angle, and if you go past a certain degree of slip, it activates the illegal slip angle, which basically just instantly turns all the tyres to like 0% grip. Oh, that's a good joke. We can use ChatGPT to make that. Program a joke. Let's do that after this. It's not a good joke. It's a really stupid joke, but I'm happy with it. It's good enough for me. Our threshold for jokes is very low, so. Exterminate. Exterminate. What happens if you go way over? You travel through space and time and emerge out the other side pure. The game closes down and loads up Assetto Corsa drift server. It just happens instantaneously, so you don't notice. That's something that's a bit weird, isn't it? The AC drifting scene. Like, all those people that are just there drifting. That's non-stop, just drifting around in circles. Every day. I mean, I'm glad for them, but it's just a bit strange. Of course, driving Alton Park in an MX-5 isn't strange at all. You know. Well, I can enjoy drifting, but I think there's no structure to it. So Yeah, I mean, I think as you're doing it, you'll be like, oh, I could have done that better. I'll adjust this. I'll get better at it. But then I think I would like some kind of for me, I would like more points tracking and also more interesting maps. Actually, AC is not too bad. Actually, there's quite a lot of interesting drift maps. But do you know what I mean? I'd like some kind of actual goal with some feedback, as opposed to just me going, oh well, I knew that I could have done that better. Like, you know what I mean? And also, if you're driving quickly on a racetrack, if you're driving a sim that's not got cooked physics, you're always basically drifting. Like, you're just drifting in a much tighter margin, and then the feedback is that you're going faster. So tandem drifting, I think, makes sense. Yeah. I think the tandem drifting thing I get. But there's a lot of people that are just driving, just drifting on the road. I'm happy for them. You know, it's good for them. I think to be fair, I went through a phase of doing that as well. But it is satisfying. I just think what's interesting is how, for some people, that's good enough, and that's what they'll just stick to doing all the time. So I mean, good for them, to be honest. If you find something you really enjoy, that's fantastic. Hello, Novotny. There's that JDM, Japanese Drift Masters. That's coming out next year, I think. That's actually quite nice. So that's got the drifting, and also has like loads of point systems and stuff in it, and like lots of nice little car customization things around drifting. So that's cool. Also, the developers working on that are like drifters, like some of the real world drifters, and a bunch of them are like AC fanboys as well. Well, I worry with Evo. I worry with that they're trying to do too much. Like, it's hard enough. It's hard enough for a developer to get basic racing, netcode, splits, and all that kind of stuff working. It's hard enough for them to get that right. And then if you're adding in like single player, stupid bollocks car customization shit, like, I think it's going to be, in the long run, I think it makes sense. So I get it. But I think in the short term, I think sim racers are just desperate for an actual solid racing sim, because there isn't one yet. Yeah, but five years isn't that long. I mean, in fairness, they obviously have the groundwork from the previous games they've done, so that helps. And card games, you can, a lot of the work can be reapplied and polished rather than redone from scratch. But it doesn't take much for stuff to get with games, for stuff to get really out of control and become a massive nightmare to. Like, the bigger your game, the harder it is to improve things, because everything affects everything else. So, yeah, that's my concern with Evo. I think they want it to be a Gran Turismo, basically. They're not dumbed down. They're just Kunos try and do as realistic as they can based off what they think's realistic and their data. I think what happens with Sims is when you make more complex physics engines, more complex tyres, you make it harder to get a specific good result. And so, like with iRacing, as a very complex tyre model, it becomes really hard to make a more complex tyre model work well in a basic way. You might get you get certain properties which are great, like maybe better tyre wear, better heat behaviour, wet, dry, a whole bunch of interesting things, flat spots, whatever. But that might be at the compromise of just the basic driving in the dry or the basic responsiveness of things. So, in a sense, you have a more realistic tyre model, but it's actually ultimately just doesn't drive like any tyre. It's just it's complicated and incorrect, as opposed to not complicated or less complicated and correct in a very specific way.
Point 821. Grip and faster cars approaching. Slow car ahead.
To be fair, I mean, the demo at Sim Racing Expo of Evo, it did feel better to drive than iRacing, and it did feel better than ACC, but there weren't GT3 cars, so I had to make a direct comparison. I don't think it felt better to drive than AC. Or AMS1, but then it felt like there was more like variation in the grip and stuff. So we'll have to wait and see. It seemed to be running okay, which is good. Like on a 3080 running at 110 FPS on a 4K screen. That's good.
Pace car is out of control.
Fast Ferris, hello. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And then you got that straight for motorsport. What's it called? Project Motorsports. Be interested to see what they do. Oh, hello! Evil Beans! Thank you very much for being a member. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you wasting money on this channel. Thank you. Yeah, I get the impression. I think Assetto Corsa Evo, I think it will sell well. I think it'll appeal to Gran Turismo players. I think it will also appeal to like AMS2 fanboys, and I think it'll appeal to the majority of AC fans, to be honest. But the thing is, I don't think ACC players are clearly not that critical. I mean, I know they're critical of ACC now when they change it and stuff, but there's no way that you could have played ACC from its launch. Like, it's absolutely terrible. It's got input delay, the physics are boring, it's pretty awful, and yet they were like massively got behind it. So they're obviously not the most critical of sim races in the first place. So for sure they would all, like, if you could play ACC following on from AC1 and not be bothered by how much of a downgrade ACC is in fundamental driving, fundamental force feedback, frame rate, visual clarity, you know, and you're like, oh wow, but it's got nice GT3 cars and it's a new game, but I'm just going to ignore all the objective components. If you're that type of person, then you'd love whatever Kunos put out. And the lag, I mean, like there's input delay, like the cars drive like tanks. I am a Smurf channel. I'm Papa Smurf. Right. No, there's like some full-on like physics issue with the game. It just, there's some underlying physics problem with Unreal Engine when you do driving sims in Unreal. I don't know how anyone can play ACC and not be like, there seems like there's some like there's some weird delay going on here. What are this? Kart Crash like that? A whole bunch of games are like that. Halo was like that on PC. If you played Quake and Doom and then played Halo, there's something about it that feels sluggish. Don't know what it is. iRacing feels responsive. Like there's no like input delay or obvious input delay in iRacing. Yeah, especially from Unreal 3 onwards. Like Unreal 2004. I know, yeah, I think you're right actually. And even Quake 3 compared to Quake 2. Quake 2 was way more snappy than Quake 3. I think maybe it's just maybe it's if you make games more complex, graphics engines, if there's more complexity there, even if your frame rate's higher, and even if your processors are faster, I think there might be like a fundamental thing that's going on with the more complex you make your graphics engine, or the more complex a piece of software is, even if it's technically running faster, maybe there's still something like stuff has got to be processed, and even if you've got a faster processor, let's say something is 2 times as complex than something else. Even if you have a processor that's twice as fast, it's still not going to process that thing twice as quick. So if a video game is like, if a game engine is like 40 times the amount of code for all the physics, the graphics, everything, obviously stuff's not processed at the same time, but like if a game is 40 times more complex in instructions, even if you've got a faster processor, it's still, I don't to the point I'm getting to, I don't think things break down literally in terms of, oh well, we've got faster processing or we can do this thing quicker, so then that negates the complexity. I think there's something else happening. Working in bursts is better from a performance point of view because you can execute stuff at a lower rate. In ACC, I moved from a steady update to a burst style update. Hey? Oh, that's a quote from Stefano. Hang on. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's hard to know how that actually relates to stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to, how do you, you can see how, like exactly as you said, for optimization and processing, but how that equates to the end result is, and is that perceivable is a different question. Should we do another one? These are quite good fun. Stop. Who doesn't like a bit of rain? Let's do one more. I think we're losing a lot of rating doing these, but no, I don't. I think that's completely unrelated, Fast Boy. I know what you're saying, but I don't think it is related to that at all. I mean, because the stuff. So there's one thing that categorically is true with Unreal Engine is temporal AA and deferred rendering adds in like a frame or 2 frames of delay to what's happening. Like that's just the nature of if you're using any form of like post-processing AA, it's an average of like multiple frames. So that will add in a few frames of delay. So that's already added in a sense of it not being quite connected and spot on. And that's just that's not Unreal Engine. That's just any engine that uses some kind of anti-aliasing that's after it's rendered, or an average of frames. Yeah, you're probably right, can't debate, but then most VR games are not that good, are they? I need to try some newer stuff though. I think LMU feels like it has some like weird delay stuff in it as well though. So I don't know what that's about. I don't get that perception with AC1, AMS1, iRacing, Race Room. We did Goose Juice, but they're obviously not, because that would have suggested that what we'd said was correct, and obviously we're never right. So, do you think Race Room has a bit of delay to it? And it kind of feels responsive. I think Race Room has quite sloppy tyres, so it doesn't feel. It's not like the most bitey of response to what you're doing. But I think that's from the tyres, maybe. I know. I've only ever said positive things, Goose Juice, because if you paid attention,
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
So I mean, there's never anything to say. 20 years since the last physics update. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, 20 years of delay. It's like playing a video game from Pluto. It's a lot of lag. I mean, have you guys played the latest Counter-Strike CS2 update? That's a really good example of how aspects of delay can affect your perception. So in CS2, they've made it now so that you've got client-side prediction, so that if you shoot someone, your client is like, oh, you shot the character you can see on the screen, we're going to play the animation, and right, that's what happened. And then it's obviously it sends it to the server, and then if the server goes, well, you know, actually you didn't shoot them before they shot you, then you die and it deletes what they did. But so you get a mismatch there. But basically, by having it so that when you shoot someone, you're seeing the response of it from your client side as opposed to the server, it makes it feel way more responsive. Even though it's only going to be like 5 to 10 milliseconds different, it feels way better. Like, and that's purely a visual component of a visual feedback of when you shoot someone. Yeah, all the shooters have lots of cheats in Counter Debate. It's just how it is. No, it's not just interpolation. So you have interpolations being part of games for ages. The difference is that you can choose to show so you'll have an interpolation of the other player's movement, and then how your client sees what the server sent you, and then how that's smoothed. That's one thing. But you then can also have it so that if you shoot that player, you only see what the server has seen after the server's checked it's correct. Or you can have it so that you see your local thing, and then the server rectifies that if it needs to be. So there's a whole bunch of aspects to it, but they've added. I think it's client-side prediction that they've changed, which has a big effect. The problem is if people do have really high pings, if you use a lot of client-side prediction, you will have like really big mismatches. Like let's say you're using client-side prediction, and you shoot someone in the face, well, and they'll do a ragdoll, they'll fall over because they're dead, and then half a second later, they come back from the dead. You know, it's going to look terrible. So it's a compromise depending on pings and things. But anyway, the whole point is, very subtle differences, because we're talking about doing this within like 20 milliseconds of ping, right? Even within a 10-15 millisecond ping difference, that can have a really big impact on how things feel. I've already downloaded it, Lorenzo. Already downloaded it, but I need to patch it with there's a multiplayer patch. But yeah, it's good. I need to play through Unreal single player. I'd quite like to play it in VR though. But yeah, so I think for driving sims though, I'm a little bit worried with iRacing with the DirectX 12 thing, and if they do deferred rendering. The problem is I don't know how you can do all the lighting and everything else if you're going to do, if you want really advanced lights and lots of car headlights without using deferred rendering. I'm not sure how you really do it. But then AC Evo, I think, is using forward rendering, so I don't know. Because they do have, if you go to my video, where is it? Yeah, AC Evo video. In the menus, they have a traditional MXAA setting. Where was it? Right. YouTube has automatically segmented the video, and menu is one of the sections. Right, go here. Paste the link in the chat. Right. Right, so in the display settings, yeah, it didn't look like there was temporal AA in the menu when we were wiggling the car around. But I mean, to be fair, the newer TAA algorithms look a lot better than the old ones. And most of the ghosting is when you're scrolling relative to something else. No, it's all built into the same thing, I think. Hang on. Multi-sample AA. MSAA. You don't have MSAA in forward renderers. In deferred renderers. Right, solutions for MSAA and deferred rendering. Per sample G buffer. Some engines store G buffer data per sample rather than per pixel to allow for true MSAA. Downsides, high memory cost. There's a larger performance overhead. Stencil buffered edge detection. MSAA selectively applied to the stencil to edges where the stencil buffer has marked it. Buy Nvidia, only buy Nvidia graphics cards. Or do you mean, is that the processor? I mean, I would wait for the new Nvidia graphics cards to come out and get like a 4070. Or what would it be? 50 whatever. I don't know what it is. Yeah, here we go. So, Unreal Engine supports MSAA in deferred context by implementing per sample G buffer storage, but recommends TAA for most use cases. Forward rendering is available for transparent objects or VR. That's a separate build of the engine. Oh, 4070, okay. What's the 7900? Is that the AMD? I would never buy AMD graphics card at the moment. I mean, I'm not that I like Nvidia because I want to see more competition, and Nvidia are stupid with the pricing, but I just don't think price, like if you're talking at the higher end. So I'd go AMD if you're on a budget and you want to get like a really like the best bang for buck sub £200 price graphics card. I'd go AMD. But if I was if I want high end graphics cards, so anything over like a 20 say like 2070 or whatever, that sort of mid tier or above, I'd go for Nvidia. But it's not really about single screen. That doesn't really make any difference. Yeah, it just depends if you. Yeah, I mean, it's not to do with how many screens you've got, but it just depends what your budget is. If you're trying to get the cheapest thing possible. Well, no, it doesn't. Because you're just saying the same thing I've said, but you've arbitrarily inserted screen numbers into there. But how does that relate to value for money? That doesn't make any sense. You can do triple screens on AMD, but it's just not. Yeah, it's not as good. But you wouldn't go for AMD over Nvidia just purely because you're only using one screen. If I was on a budget, would I go for 4070 or 3090? I'm not sure. It just depends on the price. Because you're probably talking second hand now, aren't you, for 40 series cards? Yeah, it's just, the unfortunate thing is Nvidia's just got a bigger foothold in the games industry, so you end up having better. You just have better support. They tend to work close with games companies. They update drivers more. the games companies know that most people have NVIDIA graphics cards, especially on the higher end, so that's what they will work with primarily. But yeah, if you're just playing Valorant or Rocket League or like, you know, those types of games, then you might as well just, and you're not intending to play VR or driving sims on high settings or flight sims, then you might, and you're not wanting to spend over £200 on a graphics card, then you go with AMD. You just look at the charts. How much money do you have for a graphics card? And then you go, okay, well, I'm going for that price range, so that's the best card. That's what it comes down to. Well, they're all only using 2 numbers, Capshaw, as well, so it's even more simple. Yeah, they're only doing ones and zeros. I mean, yeah, I mean it's doing ones and zeros pretty quickly, and zero's not even a number, so technically they're only doing 1 number. Absolute noobs. I mean, I don't know what the problem is. It's all exaggerated, isn't it? How's all the lurkers doing? The lurkers and the twerkers. Happy Saturday, guys. Oh, my fish has fallen on me. Zero's not a number, no. 0 is the absence, and I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think it is. Mathematically, 0's not a number, is it? I don't think so. It's a lack of number, or it's a space. I don't know how you. 0 in 100 is a number, but 0 on its own is not. It is a number. Well, tell me then, if you have 3 of something and you don't have anything, how many do you have? Nothing. So it's not a number. It's going to depend how you define it, isn't it? For example, if you're in a race with iRacing, you're racing other people in iRacing, some people have 0 brain cells. Do they yeah. Is that a brain? I don't think so. They are brainless. Exactly. If
Green flag, green flag.
also, you can't multiply 0 by 0, can you?
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
No, well, you don't get anything. Oh, I have. Oh, you've won the lottery. Woo! What number have I won? 0. Oh, wow. Oh, no, don't worry. It's even better than that. You've won 40 times 0. Woo! Woohoo! Ah, 40 times nothing. Ah, I'm so lucky. Look, it's going to be... It depends what you're defining it as. I'm not... If a computer, right, if you've got a computer and everything's set to 0, it is entirely off and it has no information on it. The only information you have is that it's got no information, which I guess you could argue that is information. Well, 0 doesn't exist in reality, does it? Otherwise, it's nothing. But that can't... only like a black hole or something. That's it. Yeah, so technically on a computer, 0 is actually just like really it's not numbers, is it? It's just two physics states. So it's not actually acting as 0 in a nothing sense. So yeah, that's how you're using mathematically, you're using the term 0 to just mean a lack of another number, or it's just a different state. So as a logical concept, it's a different thing. So that is inherently something. It's a pointless and stupid conversation. I mean, for example, how much grip does iRacing's tyre model have at the limit? 0. What does that let you know? It lets you know that iRacing's physics engine is somewhat questionable, which is quite informative.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world.
From nothing comes something. And how much anger does that produce in races? Quite a lot. So it turns out the lack of grip at the limit produces more.
You've got about 5 laps of fuel.
Oh, this is going to be good. Pointless and stupid is why I'm here.
It's over.
The tale of life. Pointless and stupid. Right, chat GPT. Well, the Babylonians invented 0. Before that, there was no 0. How many racing sims do we have? I don't know. If only we had some way of describing this lack of something. Ah. I am really hungry, but I have no way of describing the lack of food that I have. Oh, if only we could invent some kind of thing to describe what we don't have. Poor Babylonians.
One lap to green. Line up on the right side. The estimated SOF is 1,903. Closed. Pit road is closed.
How do you get car colours? What?
We heard our points a lot.
They all spoke in 19th century British accent before thinking of... Surprisingly, actually, Shumi. How dare you suggest otherwise? Obviously, cavemen spoke in a modern British accent. Oh, I must get some food, but I seem to be lacking food. I cannot tell what I am lacking. 1. We do not have 1, but what don't we have? I cannot tell you. That's how it went down. 1 woolly mammoth. Ah. I cannot describe lack of mammoth.
Car.
Oh, here we go. That'd be well annoying not having a word for zero.
Catch star 20. Car.
Oh, wah!
About to go
Wah!
green. Stay focused.
Wah!
Catch star 8. Car.
Mate.
Green flag. Green flag.
Great job there by this car. Great job. Fantastic.
Car right. You're in the middle.
Free wide!
Car right. 2 wide. Still there. Hold your line.
Free wide!
Clear.
Oh no, it's stuck in a slide! New line!
Pick up that corner. You've got a slow down penalty.
Serve the penalty. Yes, it worked! Great penalty system. It still gets stuck in the oversteer in the wet. You know, even wet tyres with a wet track, it still does the same lock slide. Oh well. What's this guy doing here? He's got damage.
Left side. Clear.
Here we come. Rallycross is well fun in MS2. The cars are super grippy.
Mind the gap. Car on your left. Clear on the left.
What is he doing? Why is he so slow? He's in a faster car. Oh no!
Car right.
No, I mean just mean why is his car so slow? He's in a much faster car.
Clear.
I wasn't. He didn't need to let me pass. I was just. I don't get why he was so slow. He didn't do anything wrong. You might have got that impression from me saying, "What are you doing?" That's just me questioning what is he doing. I should have said, "What's going on? What's going on?" I said, "Hey, hey, hey." What's
I
going
don't like
on?
ACC, but I do like the normalist. That is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1, GT mods.
Even
It's really
even
good.
F1, it's really good.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world.
It's also the most realistic.
Clear car ahead.
It's also the most realistic. It's also Gamer Muscle is one of the most annoying live streamers that plays racing simulators. He's also got the least hair. Oh dear. Oh, here we go. Carnage. Bloody hell. I have some hair follicles. I'm going to start a hair transplant fund. All donations can go towards it. We'll put it on the screen. Gamer Muscle hair transplant donation goal. I've raised £4,000. We're off to get a Turkish hair transplant. Okay, we'll put it on the screen, guys. Hair transplant donation goal. It's well expensive to get hair, like especially if you're as bold as me. Isn't it like £30 per hair follicle?
There's an incident ahead.
ChatGPT will know. Let's get right in there. Into the shower we go. Whoa! Bloody hell. I was lucky. God, hydroplaned and we almost ran out of track. Are you ready for ascend here, guys?
Left side. Clear on the left. Left side. Clear.
one-handed wiggle woggle the wheel there. Oh! Not enough space for my car.
Left side.
Yeah, he must have damage. It's well slow.
To the right. Still there. You got a slow car on the left. Clear. Car right. Okay, on the left. Clear.
He's not making that! He's not making it! Ah! He made it! How did he make that? I'm surprised he didn't careen into the car in front there.
Car on your left.
Oh, I'm trapped behind this bloody Toyota.
Car on your left. Slow car ahead.
What? What are they doing? What are you doing? Why did they all just decide? Or they have to drive? They had to drive slightly braking whilst turning, and that was enough to like get the car stuck over the limit. Oh dear. Yeah, because what happened is they'll be turning, tyres are almost at the binary iRacing weirdo limit, and then they'll have broke to avoid a car in front, which will then push the tyres over. It's so baked. So all of them do exactly the same slow slide. Oh well. You basically you just have to drive into the car in front of you if you're there, if that situation happens.
Still there. Clear.
Auto bin initiated. Why'd my fish come off my chair? My fish pillow. Oh, let's defend the inside here.
Slow car ahead. Car on your left. Keep to the right.
I can't turn if you pit maneuver me. Like, if you pit maneuver me, I cannot turn into the corner.
Cutting the course.
It's not hard to understand. If you preemptively pit maneuver me, I ain't gonna take the corner. He didn't even give me a chance to do anything there. He just preemptively rammed us. Ah, there it is. It's all right. We'll get places back.
The car in P2. Just set the fastest lap. 56 points.
Oh, we lost like 6 places from that.
The gap is 2.2.
Oh well. That's why you can't take it too serious. Oh, we'll get some places back. It's all good. I wonder how you could, it sort of in an in-race penalty, like they tried that in Project Cars 2, where if you span a car, you would then have to give the place back, but it would always bug out. But that's like what you'd really need is like if someone egregiously pit maneuvered a vehicle, they get some kind of actual penalty based on what they did. But it's a very hard thing to define mathematically. You know, it's kind of, you really need like human marshals, and even then they get it wrong. Yeah, it's because it ends up, it might work like 5, well, it might even work 9 out of 10 times, but that one time it doesn't work, it's completely ridiculous.
Car stops on the right.
That's the problem, isn't it? In theory, if you had a lot of data for how the cars were driving, a whole bunch of stuff, you might be able to, maybe using some kind of like neural net, taking in a whole load of data from how the person generally drives, you know, not just the situation, but analysing an entire context. What? It's facing the wrong way. Basically, so the goal would be to reduce making the wrong decision by looking at other overall data. Yeah, I don't think it's the kind of thing that you can break down into very simple, elegant math. Oh, that's a shame, isn't it? I mean, the idea behind safety rating in iRacing, or like simple systems like that, is that, yeah, each incident might not be represented, but someone that tends to crash a lot would supposedly lose safety rating, and so it encourages people to drive better. But the problem is, you can, if you're someone that spends a lot of time racing on iRacing, you will gain the safety rating really easy, and so it disproportionately favours people that just grind, and in a sense, it actually disproportionately awards just people that have more time or even people that pay attention directly to the safety rating system and go, oh, it's going down, I'm now going to drive safe, oh, I've got a high safety rating, I can now drive into people. So it kind of undoes itself. Where's he going? It's not about being better. No, it's Uhtred, are you being thick? It's not about that. The point you would need is a system to offset the factors in people that have lower amount of time as part of the safety rating.
Slow car ahead. Go left.
So that someone can't just grind safety rating. So they, I don't know. I mean, within the context of iRacing, the solution is to not be cheap bastards and to actually moderate some races, but you know, I don't want to do that. I think with games as a whole, I think the solution is more one of tyres being forgiven over the limit and netcode. Because you see the racing is just way better in LMU as a result of that. Or even AC1, like the netcode is for contacts is way better than iRacing.
You're pulling away from the car behind. The gap is 1 second.
Grippy grass for well,
You're in fifth.
yeah, AMS2 collision. I think Race Room gets a good balance for the multiplayer car contacts, and the nice thing with Race Room is the guy that puts their nose on the inside, it doesn't pit maneuver the car in front, it takes them out for some reason. I think R Factor 2 does the same thing as well, so that's accidental. They didn't design that. I think it's the collision causes the car behind suspension to bottom out, which then causes them to suddenly oversteer. And yeah, but I've accidentally, it's really good because it means that the car that's doing the stupid move on the car in front, if they balls it up, they ruin their own race through their own fault. So you could actually design that in. You could go, look, if the car behind is not over halfway past the car in front, if they collide with the car in front, it does, you know, it doesn't apply the force, or it does the force in a certain way. Like, rather than it being accidental, you could actually design that into the game. But that is really funny how that's totally accidental, but it's actually really fair. It's a really good way of stopping people doing stupid nose sniffing maneuvers. That's in multiplayer. The people that stick their nose in is a really big. It creates so many crashes because it's not just their car positioning, but it's also like very prone to sort of netcode stuff, where neither driver knows where their actual nose is. Yeah, but then that'd be the car in front would be brake checking them, so you would know that. Like, it's not, nothing's going to be perfect. But if you in Race Room and in R Factor 2 and Race Room, if you are not side by side and the car in front brakes, then you just hit them on the back and not much happens. Weirdly as well, it seems to be the car. The car that's making the movement is worse affected than the car that's just holding a stationary line. So I don't know how much of that is netcode or physics. But again, that's another accidental thing. So you can work out which is the car that's actually making the move, the relative movement. I mean, you could say, well, they're both going to be relatively moving into each other. But like, if a car's holding a line and another car's changed direction, that's what you can look at as well. Yeah, AC1, it's like the pinball bonk. Yeah, and they get stuck together. It's because you get the initial contact. You have a bit of that in iRacing as well. You have the contact that's then out of sync with the server and the client, and then you have the physics respond to that contact. Yeah. The big problem in AC1 is if you know when the cars are rowboating, if both cars are rowboating towards each other, it causes a really big bump. So that's a really hard thing, I think, to...
What was that there, Rodrigo, then?
That's one thing that iRacing does really well is they don't rowboat, because I guess they had to work the smoothing out to not do that so that oval racing works. It's probably the one aspect of iRacing's netcode that's really good is the lack of rowboating. I wonder if AC Evo, they've fixed that. As soon as you go like above 80 or 100 ping in AC, the rowboating is really bad. Row your car.
Right side. Clear on the right.
Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on in iRacing, which is why you get that car launching in the air thing. 3 days till flight sim though. Forget driving sims. Boring. Flight sim's where it's at, guys. Not a flight sim, no. To be honest, I don't mind buying it. I'm going to get the time out of it. There's no reviews for flight sim, weirdly, for anyone before the launch. That's weird. Maybe it's totally broken. Yeah, no press has gotten early access. I think it's just because the thing is they're gonna have to swap all their servers over because it works so much online. They're basically just gonna have to do a massive server switch.
With the leader consider 57.146.
Yeah, F1 Gridlock, you have to turn the graphics up really high to
White flag.
really be able to see the wet dry line properly. Yeah, maybe it's terrible. Counter debate. You totally know their servers are going to get absolutely destroyed on launch day for a game that's predominantly online with massive amounts of data. I mean, guaranteed. It's going to be an absolute shit show, isn't it? It's going to be a disaster, but it'll be fun. We'll live stream the launch. It's going to be awesome. Guaranteed it's going to be a shit show. It's just too much to go wrong.
Faster car coming up quick. Car on your left. Still there, hold your line. Still there. Clear on the left.
Thanks for subscribing. Welcome.
Right side. Clear on the right.
Vincio Santos. Welcome.
Car on your left. Clear on the left. Slow car ahead. Car stopped ahead. Go right. There's an infinite.
Oh, yes! Not to gloat, but I appreciate the extra position. And that's a bit silly, isn't it? F1 gridlock. Yeah, I mean, they've always had a bit weird stuff with multiplayer. I reckon it's because the resolution for player positions isn't high enough. I think that's what it is. Because they want to support so many people and there's so much other stuff going on. And there's also all the weather conditions and things being updated. I just don't think they have the resolution to they'd have to have a separate multiplayer system. Nice! 4th place out of that.
There's checkered flag.
Alright.
Nice run. Solid work.
That was not bad. GG's. Hello, Tayson. How's it going, man? Woo! This. It's worked well. Yeah, well, it's weird. Like, so they have. Well, no, they don't have an issue with the accuracy for the planes, but I guess they could be. No, they still have to land on a runway. So I guess a plane could be in the multiplayer planes could be off by like 5 to 10 meters, I guess, or like let's say 5 meters, and it would still look all right on a runway. And yeah, that would probably still look all right. But yeah, when you talk, I think it's the update rate. With an aircraft, it's traveling at like let's say 300 miles an hour, but it can really predict that it's gonna go in that same direction each time. So the update rate can be quite slow. But with a person, if they move left and then move right and then move forwards and then move backwards, you can't use that same kind of approach at all. It would need a totally different system. And then if you were going to use, if you're like, oh well, we support 120 people, you then can't use like an FPS type system because it would be too, it'd use too much bandwidth just for the player positioning. It's interesting. I always thought that was it. It's a shame that when you're doing flights with community and stuff, it's a bit janky when you've got other planes flying near you. They kind of appear and disappear, and flight sims always had kind of janky netcode for some reason. Let's see. Here's a list of improvements. Okay. Expanded mission-based gameplay. Firefighting, helicopters and planes, aerial construction tasks, search and rescue missions, agricultural aviation, cargo transport and logistics, hot air balloon adventures, enhanced weather system, better aerodynamics, real-time seasons, improved terrain and scene fidelity, enhanced cityscapes, more detailed airports, structured career modes for different roles, achievement tracking and progression rewards, new collaborative mission types. Oh, hang on. Collaborative missions? That's interesting. Improved matchmaking. These are some of the multiplayer features. So that'll be interesting. Optimized for better performance on modern hardware. Improved VR support. High resolution textures. Air hostesses, yeah. Capture the flag. Plastic, but it would be cool if you could drop nukes and watch how big the... That's just you living... That's just what you'll just want to blow everyone up. Turns out we've got Putin in chat. Putin's alt account in chat. He's oh, it would be cool. I don't know what accent I can't do Russian. It was just turns into Indian accent for some reason. It would be really cool to see how much nuclear fissile materials needed to blow up central London. Yeah, there's passengers in the plane, yeah. And there's all the different ethnicities and stuff as well. You can't do any other accent. I could do no. Yeah, I can only do countries that Britain's colonised. That's all you need to know as a Brit. So when you go to one of the countries that Britain's colonised, you can fit right in. That's how it works. It's part of didn't you go through those lessons in school where they teach you how to do accents for colonies? It's part of GCSEs. GCSE accent studies. I got a D, but that's pass. Oh dear. That went well. That was a good... it was an alright race. Right. Fact is, as like dull and slow as an MX-5 is, this is categorically better to drive than GT3. Fact. I mean, it's just a fact. Like, GT3 is so awful. You get less side-by-side actual decision-making, actual racing. True fact. Like, okay, an MX-5 is slower than a GT3 car, obviously, but because a GT3 car has quite a bit of downforce and is planted and is so chonky, and it's got TC and ABS, the racing is worse. So you're spending £750,000 on a bloody fast car that's a Ferrari and a Porsche, but it's worse than an MX-5 for actual racing. It's worse to watch. It's like, okay, great for the drivers driving a faster car. Well, do you know what's better than a bloody GT3 car? Like a Formula car, like an F4 or something, which is cheaper. Like an F4 car drives better than a GT3 car. So there's no excuse for GT3. Basically, it's a fact, scientific fact without evidence, that GT3 is just it's a late stage capitalism. The only good thing about GT3 cars is allowing poor drivers to spend money to race in a team with other low skill drivers. Yeah, it's just business. That is it. and then it has to be marketed, and then people lap it up. So sim racers are so dumb they can't think for themselves. Sim racers then go, I saw GT3, had all this marketing behind it, and I know this ex-driver that drove it. I want to drive a Porsche. It's like, you guys, think for yourself and drive like a Formula Ford or something. They don't look good anymore. They used to. Don't get me wrong. 90s GT, like GT1, GT2, like old GT cars and stuff is fine, and like Aussie V8 racing it, that's all fine. Just GT3s are just stupid. Like a Porsche RSR is fine. Just do that instead of GT3. I know Porsche RSRs sort of drive with GT3, but you know what I mean. Like, just get rid of GT3. LMP2's fine. LMP3's fine. I think we should start a cult of GT3 hatred. Gamer Muscles war on GT3. Get with it, yeah. Once again, people are just dumb. They just make poor choices. The GT3 Haters Society. That's what we should rename our Patreon. And we'll just cover GT3 hate. For endurance racing, Fabian, yeah, they're reliable. There's parts available. All the support stuff is in place because it's so ubiquitous. So yeah, it's affordable compared to other high-end racing. But even then, they've brought out new GT3 cars for no reason. So like the new Ferrari is not really any better than the old Ferrari. It just costs more. I mean, it might be faster, whatever, might fit some other regs and what have you. But from a tangible driver's perspective, it's like, what was the point? It's just an extra £200,000 or something. Yeah, well, I mean, GT4 kind of makes sense if you're like a dullard and you like road cars and you want a fast road car to race. So, because a GT4 car drives more like a road car, slides around a bit. I mean, let's be honest, GT4, I know you do get good racing with GT4 in sims where the tyres work like tyres. So, like, GT4 is not too bad. But yeah, GT, there's no excuse. Let's ask ChatGPT. Why are GT3 cars awful for racing? Give me 5 reasons. I bet it's going to confirm everything we said because it. Inconsistent competition. GT3 cars are rely heavily on BOP, which is a system designed to equalise performance across different manufacturers. However, this often leads to cars being artificially modified through weight adjustments to make them fair. This can result in cars that don't reflect their true performance. I mean, I don't think that's a bad thing, but heavy weight, lack of agility. Many GT3 cars are heavier than other racing cars. Yeah, complexity and cost, expensive to run and maintain. Lack of true driver control, over-reliance on technology. See? There you go. Argument from artificial authority. Right, guys, on that note, I'm going to have some more food, I think, or like something. I'm going to just play some Counter-Strike, I think. So, we've had some fun. Saturday streaming, Fatterday streaming. We're almost back to normal with sleeping at a normal time, waking up at a normal time, which is nice. It's been a fun live stream. We've lost safety rating. We've lost iRating. We've seen some dentists driving. We crashed into people. I had fun actually. It was all right. Yeah, it was good. was good. Good driving. It was a good time all round, you could say. What does it do? Burkow says, "Order." That's it. That's all it does. That's all that happens. Nothing really happens. Right. Thanks for taking part. I'm gonna send you order. I'm gonna send you off to a flight simmer. Why not? Who's been up for a while? Man, there's a lot of people playing flight sim. And is there anyone else online at the moment that we should raid? Look. There was no one on AC. Random call sign's not on, is he? Pablo's on. Oh, Matt Malone's on. Right, I raid Matt Malone. I didn't know he was on. Okay. There you go. Go and watch Matt Malone. He's a ledge. I'll see you guys soon. Thanks for watching. Bye. Bye bye. Bye bye everybody. Bye bye everybody. Say hi to Matt Malone in his chat. Off we go.